Thank you.
Good morning. Good morning.
Thank you. So if you have people rolling on the screen, I apologize. The quality isn't going to be as good as normal. We'll try to keep working on that throughout the day. Any other preliminary matters before we go on the record and start the transcripts?
I think the only preliminary matter, Chairman, is that we may, as the hearing proceeds, need to take some out-of-town witnesses out of order. The company is happy to accommodate anyone who has travel restrictions, but I think that we're all agreed we're going to wait and see how things go.
Okay. Yes.
If I could. Good morning. Thor Nelson of the law firm of Holland & Hart for the Utah Asphalt Pavement Association. One preliminary matter I wanted to raise so as not to overly irritate the Utah Bar Association is that last week I filed a motion for admission pro hoc vice to appear on behalf of UOPA in this proceeding. I do not believe that has been acted upon by the commission, and so would greatly appreciate the commission considering that motion so that I'm here lawfully practicing law.
Okay, well, I probably should clarify that on the record. So let's go ahead and start because I have a question for you about that.
Very good.
So why don't we go ahead and go on the record and begin the transcript. And good morning. We're here for the Public Service Commission hearing in docket 22573, application of Dominion Energy Utah to increase distribution rates and charges and make tariff modifications. This is the phase 2 hearing. The three commissioners who participated in myself, Thad LeVar, Commissioner David Clark, and Commissioner Ron Allen. Why don't we go to appearances next, and then we will deal with the issue that Mr. Nelson raised before we began. So, Dominion Energy, Utah.
Thank you. I'm Jennifer Nelson Clark. I'm counsel for Dominion Energy. Cameron Sabin is here as my co-counsel, and we have with us also the witnesses you'll hear from today, Kelly Mendenhall, Austin Summers, and Jessica Ibsen.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning. Patricia E. Schmidt with the Utah Attorney General's Office, representing the Division of Public Utilities. The division's witness today is Dr. Abdel Nasser Abdullah. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Moore.
Robert Moore of the Attorney General's Office, representing the Office of Consumer Services. Our witness today will be James Daniels.
Okay, thank you. Major Buchanan.
Good morning, Major Holly Buchanan, representing federal executive agencies, and our witness will be Brian Collins.
Thank you. Mr. Russell.
Thank you. Good morning. Philip Russell on behalf of the Utah Association of Energy Users. Our witness in this Phase 2 hearing will be Kevin Higgins.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Meekum.
Good morning, Steve Meekum, representing the American Natural Gas Council. Hopefully today we'll hear from Curtis Chisholm, and in the next 2 days we'll hear from Mr. Tim Oliver.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Meekum. Mr. Cook.
Jeremy Cook, Cody Kinghorn. We also have co-counsel Laura Baker.
I think the microphone's not picking you up.
Sorry, I'll get a little closer. I apologize. Jeremy Cook with Cody Kinghorn, representing Nucor Steel. We also have Laura Baker and Damon Zanopoulos on the live feed. And our witness today is Brad Mullins.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Nelson, why don't you go ahead and make your appearance, then we'll address your issue.
Thank you. Thor Nelson of the law firm Paladin Park for the Utah Asphalt Pavement Association. We do not have a witness in the proceeding.
Okay. So we received the PSC received your motion for, I can't remember how it was styled. We received an email immediately after a phone conversation with one of our staff. We received an email that I believe the text of the email said, withdraw the previous submission, and then we received your pro hac vice notice. Our rules are lighter than the Utah State Bar rules. We accept just a certificate of good standing for other state. So neither a motion nor the pro hac vice are necessary. We considered it exceeding the certificate of good standing. So I don't know that under our rules, an action on your motion is necessary. I think we have what we need. If anyone has anything to add to that, feel free, but I think that's where we are on it.
That works great. And I apologize for the administrative mix-up we had in terms of dealing with the certificates and the commission of the bar. So that's our mistake on our end. But if the commission is satisfied, I certainly appreciate that and appreciate getting that on the record.
Okay, thank you. Any other matters before we go to the first witness? Okay, Ms. Clark.
The company calls Kelly B. Mendenhall.
Good morning, Mr. Mendenhall.
Good morning.
Do you swear to tell the truth?
Yes.
Mr. Mendenhall, will you please state your full name and business address for the record?
Yes, my name is Kelly B. Mendenhall, and my business address is 333 South State Street, Salt Lake City, Utah.
And are you the same Mr. Mendenhall who submitted testimony in Phase 1 of this docket?
I am.
And did you also submit rebuttal testimony with accompanying DEU Exhibit 1.08R and surrebuttal testimony with DEU Exhibit 1.09 SR and 1.10 SR?
Yes.
And do you adopt the contents of all those documents as your testimony today?
Yes, I do.
The company would move for the admission of the rebuttal and surrebuttal testimony of Mr. Mendenhall, along with all accompanying exhibits.
Please indicate if anyone objects to that motion. I'm not seeing or hearing any objection, so it's granted.
Thank you. Mr. Mendenhall, can you please summarize your testimony in this Phase 2?
Sure. So in Phase 2, I addressed two main issues. The first is the conservation enabling tariff. And I addressed the proposal by Mr. Daniel that the CET calculation should be revised to exclude impacts of smaller residential housing units. As part of my rebuttal testimony, I provide information that the customer mix of our system, while it's changing, it's not changing substantially enough to have an impact on the CET calculation. I also discussed the safeguards that the Commission has in place to ensure that the company doesn't receive a large revenue windfall through the CET accrual. So those are frequent rate case filings, as well as caps on the CET monthly accruals. And then I also point out that if the commission is concerned, or if there are parties that are concerned about the changing mix of the customer class and the GS class, the better solution, or the appropriate solution, would be to split that class into more homogeneous groups, rather than try to solve it through making adjustments to the CET calculation. The second proposal of Mr. Daniel is to reevaluate the CET in the next general rate case. And we believe that there's enough evidence available that the commission can make that determination in this proceeding. And the main reason we have the CET is because it removes a financial disincentive to encourage energy efficiency. And I provided evidence in my testimony showing that the energy efficiency programs have been both successful and cost effective. That evidence was unrebutted. And additionally, I provided the monthly CET entries showing that the mechanism is working just as it was designed. And that is, it's allowing the company to collect the appropriate amount of revenue, of allowed revenue. And so sometimes that means that the company collects additional revenue. Sometimes that means that the company returns excess revenue. But if you look at the sum of those entries since the inception of the program, the company's actually returned $1.5 million of revenue to customers. So we believe the mechanism is working correctly. Additionally, in response to Mr. Abdul, I provide evidence showing that national and state policies continue to encourage maximizing energy efficiency programs and encouraging and promoting energy efficiency programs. So for those reasons, I believe that the commission should approve the CET going forward on an ongoing basis. The second issue I discussed relates to Mr. Collins' testimony. And he is proposing to include depreciation expense related to mains and base rates as an offset to infrastructure tracker investment. And he argues that this will synchronize base rate main investment with tracker investment, but it actually does just the opposite. So when we're calculating revenue requirement on capital investment, there's 5 categories that are impacted. First, you have depreciation expense. So for every dollar that we spend, there's going to be associated depreciation expense. You also got associated property taxes. Those 2 increases in expense will in turn increase the revenue requirement. Then you've got 3 rate base items. You've got the actual investment, that is an increase to rate base. You've got the accumulated depreciation, which is an offset to depreciation expense, which is a reduction to rate base. And you've got accumulated deferred income taxes, which is also a reduction to rate base. So those 3 rate base items are netted, and then we apply a return to that, and that return ends up being collected through an increase in the revenue requirement. So, for example, in this rate case, we had $2.4 billion worth of investment in Maine, and we calculated those 5 items for that $2.4 billion of investment, and that is included in the revenue requirement and will be included in base rates. And that's assuming the commission approves it. And then when we make a infrastructure tracker filing, let's say we make a filing for $80 million. If you look at our tariff, the same 5 components are included in our tariff for the revenue requirement calculation. And so we would calculate the associated depreciation, property tax, accumulated depreciation, and accumulated deferred income tax related to that $80 million investment, come up with a revenue requirement and collect that through the surcharge. So the problem with Mr. Collins' proposal is he's proposing to take one item, the depreciation expense from the mains, and use it to offset the investment in the infrastructure tracker. That's problematic for a couple of reasons. First of all, he's ignoring the other 4 components of revenue requirement base rates. He's just picking one item. And second, the depreciation expense related to the $2.4 billion of investment that's already occurred has nothing to do with the $80 million of new infrastructure investment. So as a result of this, you've got a mixing of costs, you've got a revenue calculation on the tracker that's incorrect, and it basically defeats the purpose of the tracker mechanism by not allowing the company to collect the correct amount of revenue. So for that reason, we would ask the commission to reject that proposal. And that concludes my summary. I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Mr. Mendenhall is available for cross-examination and any questions the commission may have.
Thank you. Ms. Schmidt?
No questions, thank you.
Mr. Martin?
No questions, thank you.
Major Buchanan?
No questions.
Mr. Russell?
I do have a few questions. Good morning, Mr. Mendenhall. Morning. I'm going to have you start with your direct testimony. Do you have access to that this morning?
My direct phase one testimony?
Well,
I
it
didn't
was
file direct
filed
testimony
with
phase
at
two.
the same time as the application in this docket.
I don't have that with me.
Okay. I think I have a copy of it. Thank you. The topic that I want to talk with you about relates to the allocation of costs associated with the LNG plant, which I think is appropriately part of phase two, which just happened to be in your direct testimony.
Correct, right.
So I'll have you turn to page 20, and it's starting at line 496. While you're finding that, I'm going to distribute some cross-examination exhibits. Hopefully I can get away with doing this just once, so I'm going to hand out all of them now. Okay, have you found the portion of the direct testimony? Again, it was your direct testimony line, starting at line 497.
Right.
In here, you offer a statement that the cost of the LNG facility is being allocated to the sales customer classes, and you indicate, and I'll just read it, starting at line 500, you say, you kind of give an explanation as to why. And you say, quote, as was discussed at length during prior proceedings regarding the LNG facility, that facility is being built and will be used for the sole benefit of sales customers. As a result, none of these costs will be allocated to transportation customers. As transportation customers are responsible for their own supply reliability, they will not have access to this facility during a supply disruption. When you say that transportation customers will not have access to this facility during a supply disruption, can you tell me what you mean by that?
Yeah, so if we were in a situation where we had a supply disruption, we would most likely issue what's called a hold burn to scheduled quantities. So that would be where we would tell transportation customers, you are only allowed to use the natural gas that you nominate and bring to the system. And if you go above that amount, you'll be assessed a fairly hefty penalty. So that's the mechanism that we have in place to ensure that the customers would not be using this during a supply disruption event.
And if there is a supply disruption that, say, affects transportation customers but not the sales customers, or does not affect the supply that the company brings to the system, the LNG plant won't be used to address that problem either, correct?
Correct.
Now, you mentioned the hold burn to scheduled quantity restrictions and then penalties. If and when the company collects those penalties, what does it do with those revenues?
I believe they go back to the customers in the 191 account, the sales customers.
Okay. And I read this portion of your direct testimony. That is, you referenced it there in a prior proceeding regarding the LNG facility. I assume by that you meant Docket.
I'm going to impose an interjection. I believe DEU and AEU both have the same position on transportation customers paying for the LNG plant. That makes this friendly cross.
I think probably the best way to remedy that is to give the division of the office another opportunity at cross after Mr. Russell finishes. I probably should have gone to him for cross first. I don't think we have a rule prohibiting friendly cross, but I generally try to get the order such that it would come first. So Is there any objection from anyone to moving forward that way? And I'll come back to both Mr. Schmidt and Mr. Moore after Mr. Russell's cross. Okay. Thank you.
In the direct testimony that we referred to, you refer back to a prior proceeding. I assume by that you were referring to the proceeding before this commission in which the company sought approval of the pre-approval of the LNG facility. I believe it was docket number 19-057-13. Is that right?
Right. There was one in 2018 and one in 2019. And my memory is that we probably discussed the issue in both of them. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. And I think you made a nearly verbatim statement in that 2019 docket that you reference here. And I guess my question is, has the company's position on this topic changed at all in the last 3 years?
No.
Okay. The LNG plant was designed and sized to meet the supply reliability needs of sales customers, right?
Correct.
It was not sized to meet supply reliability needs of transportation customers, correct?
Correct.
If the company had sought to construct a plant that would meet the supply reliability needs of both sales customers and transportation customers, would it have been bigger than the plant that it constructed?
I assume it would have, yeah.
And based on its present design, tell me a little bit about how long the current design of the LNG plant can keep gas flowing to sales customers under extreme conditions.
Yeah, so I believe it's either 120 or 150,000 decatherms per day for 8 days is what it's designed for. So on a winter day or a peak winter day, that would probably be about 10% of the supply. On a summer day, that would cover the entire system. So depending on when the supply disruption occurs, the cause of the supply disruption, it would depend on how much of the sales customers' supply could be covered. But that's the gist of how it's designed.
And if on that kind of extreme weather day, you also had to serve transportation customers, the number of days you could serve customers would be shorter, would it not?
Well, the capacity would still be 150,000, so the number of days would be the same, but the percentage of supply you would be able to provide would be much less.
Okay, understood. So if the company were to try to serve transportation customers with this plant, it would reduce the supply reliability that the plant makes available to sales customers, would it not?
Yes.
Okay. At least one witness in this proceeding, Mr. Daniel, I believe, has suggested that the company could deploy the LNG plant to avoid having to call an interruption at system peak. How do you respond to that?
Well, based on I'm not the gas supply manager, but I will tell you, based on discussions with the gas supply manager, that facility, in terms of our entire portfolio, really would be used as a backup for a loss of supply reliability for sales customers. I don't think from an operational standpoint it's ever been looked at as a solution to helping transportation customers if there's interruptions.
Okay, thank you.
And I would add, we have an interruptible rate, and those transportation customers pay that interruptible rate with the understanding that if we call an interruption, they are going to interrupt. And so I think we would put that interruption into place and expect them to interrupt as per the terms of their interruptible contract.
Okay, thank you. There's been a suggestion by others in this docket that at least some of the costs of the LNG plant should be allocated to transportation service customers because since the time that the company sought approval of the LNG plant, there's been a migration of customers from the sales classes to the transportation class. I want to address that with you briefly. We referenced earlier, before I get to that, the company proposes in this docket to collect the costs of the LNG plant through volumetric sales to the sales customers, right?
Right.
Okay. So just let's focus a little bit on the volumes at issue. In the 2019 docket that we referenced a little bit earlier, you performed a bill calculation exercise where you tried to determine on an annual basis the impact to sales customers of the costs of the LNG plant. Is that right?
Right. Of all the various options, I think I tried to give kind of a typical bill result as of that. Yeah.
Right. In fact, there were a number of options that were being addressed in that exhibit that you were calculating, right? There was an exhibit that was submitted that had, I guess, each of the responding bids to, and I'm not going to talk about the other bids, but each of the responding bids, you would kind of compare the bill impacts of each of those, right? Including the LNG plant, right?
Right.
And I'd like you to turn to one of the documents that I handed out at the beginning. It's an excerpt of your testimony in that docket, kind of describing how you did that bill calculation. It's probably the last page there.
Page 18.
Yes. Do you recognize this as an excerpt? I can give you the whole thing.
Yeah, no, I'll take your word for it.
Well, yeah,
it looks like an excerpt from my testimony.
Okay. I want to focus on this Q&A starting at line 442. Frankly, the only reason I'm doing this is I want to get to another of the documents that you have there, because I want to look at the projection that you had made for annual sales to the general service and FS customers who would be served by the LNG plant. But that's part of this calculation. You say the bill impact for each option is summarized in columns G and H of highly confidential DEU exhibit 1.07. I took the total amount for each option in column F of DEU highly confidential exhibit 1.07 and divided it by the projected 2022 sales in decatherms. Then I multiplied that per decatherm amount by 80 decatherms to calculate the impact on a typical GS customer. So the part that I want to get to is this projected 2022 sales, which are shown on the exhibit that's referenced here. But I want to just make sure that we're all on the same page. So one of the documents that I'd handed you, and by the way, let's mark this excerpt as UAE exhibit, cross exhibit 1. And what I'd like to mark is UAE cross exhibit 2. There's a document that I've handed you that's kind of in a landscape style. And I'll explain what this is just briefly. It's one of the tabs from that confidential or highly confidential DEU exhibit 1.07. Now, just to get the highly confidential part out of the way, there were several tabs in that exhibit. It was a spreadsheet. Several of those tabs were marked as highly confidential. One was not, and it was a tab labeled Bill Calc that contains the information that's in front of you here. I've confirmed with your counsel that this tab does not contain any confidential or highly confidential information. So we don't need to concern ourselves with that. And what I'd like you to do is just walk me through what this information is, and then we can kind of get to the punchline, which is the annual projection of annual sales to the sales customers. So you said in the excerpt that we just read that you had calculated those sales for 2022. It looks to me like it's starting in June of 2022 and going through May of 2023. Is that right?
Right.
Okay. And you use projected sales in that annual basis to the GS class, FS, and I guess you also looked at the IS and NGV classes. Is that right?
Right.
Okay. And what is the total amount of sales in that time period to the GS class?
So I believe to the GS class, it's about 113 million decatherms.
Right. And to the FS class, it's another approximately 2.5 million, right?
Right.
Okay. So combined, I did a quick little bit of math. Combined, that's about 116.2 million decatherms. And I guess what I'd like to get to is a comparison to the projections that you had made when you sought approval of the LNG plant and what you're now seeing in this docket. And I've included in the packet that I've handed up a page from the electronic model, which was DEU exhibit 4.20. It's the rate design model, which I think will show us what you're now projecting in the test period will be the annual sales to the GS and FS class. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. And what are the current, in this docket, projected sales to the GS and FS class?
It looks like it's about 112 million decatherms to the GS, and the FS looks like it's still about 2.6 million decatherms.
Sure. And the total there is approximately 114.6 million decatherms. That's fairly close, right, to the projection from the 2019 approval docket?
Right.
Okay. So in your view, that doesn't represent a significant migration away from the sales classes that would, in your view, justify allocating costs to the LNG plant somewhere else.
I'm going to oppose another objection, and I apologize. I feel that if Mr. Russell is allowed to take Mr. Mendenhall as his own witness, he shouldn't be able to ask leading questions.
At first, no need to ever apologize for an objection. Yeah, I think your point is well taken. I'm not as up to speed on my specific rules of evidence on when leading questions are allowed in cross-examination, but your point seems intuitive. So I'll ask Mr. Russell to avoid leading questions, and I agree that last question was.
Sure, and I'll just rephrase the last one. In your view, does the difference between the volumetric sales projections that we've looked at in the 2019 approval docket and what we see in this docket, in your view, does that justify a change in what the company has thought about the allocation of costs of the LNG plant that might justify allocating those costs to some classes other than the sales customers?
No.
Okay. That's all I have for this witness. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Russell. I will go back to Ms. Schmidt. Do you have any questions for Mr. Mendenhall?
I do now. Mr. Mendenhall, is there a situation on DEU's distribution system where the gas from the LNG facility may be used to provide sufficient system pressure to provide gas to transportation customers?
So in actual operation, I could see a situation where, for example, we issue the hold to schedule burn and the transportation customer ignores it and continues to use gas, and our gas control is trying to manage the system, and some of those decatherms in that LNG facility are used to benefit the transportation customer. But as I mentioned, that transportation customer is going to pay a fairly hefty penalty for using that gas. And so I guess from my standpoint, if parties feel like that penalty is not large enough, or feel like that penalty is not enough of a behavior changer, the solution would be to increase the penalty, not to try to allocate costs of the LNG facility to the transportation customers, because it was never designed to serve those transportation customers.
I may be going beyond my knowledge, but I'm going to ask this anyway. So what would happen if the residential and small consumer customers all of a sudden used a lot more gas than was predicted, say on an intraday basis? Might the LNG gas be put into the system to provide sufficient pressure and gas to make up that loss or that extra use?
I mean, potentially, but if you look at our tariff in terms of emergency situations, we have the right to turn off transportation customers or to at least, to shut them off. Now, operationally, is that realistic? Maybe. If it's one customer that's drawing the system dry, and we have the ability to turn that customer off to save the usage or to save those residential customers, we may consider doing that. But yeah, that, as I mentioned earlier, there could be a situation where that LNG facility is used. But once again, the customer will pay a penalty if it ends up being used.
Thank you. Those are all my questions.
Thank you. Mr. Moore, any cross questions?
No questions, thank you.
Okay. I'll ask Major Buchanan if you wanted to add anything at this point.
No question.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Meekum?
Just one quick line on the CET tariff, Mr. Mendenhall. It was established in 2006. Has there been any public review or evaluation since then?
So my memory, and I was here during that time, but it's been a while. And my memory is that it was originally approved as a pilot program, and I can't remember if it was a 2-year program or 3-year program, but there were a couple of instances where it was a pilot program, and it was reviewed 2 or 3 times, and then at some point the parties determined that we could drop the pilot because we had enough evidence, enough time behind us. Felt like the mechanism was working as designed, and so since that time, and I want to say that was maybe 2009. Since that time, it's just been a program. It hasn't been reviewed.
So a lot of time has passed, and there really is no harm in reevaluating it.
No, I wouldn't say there's any harm. I would say if the commission decides that they want to reevaluate it, I would just careful in the language used in the order. And the reason why I say that is because the credit agencies look at the CET as a credit positive. And so what you don't want to do is, if some of the language used by the office and others, that the CET is no longer serving its intended purpose, things like that. If those are to be read in a commission order by the rating agencies, you've got a potential of them saying, well, this has now gone from a credit positive to a credit negative. The regulatory compact or constructive regulatory environment in Utah is not as strong as it used to be. What I would be worried about is, because of the language, them giving you a downgrade, and you may win the war or may win the battle on reevaluating the CET. You may lose the war because your customers end up paying higher cost debts because they got a credit downgrade. Yep.
Mr. Cook?
No question.
Sorry, no questions.
Thank you, Mr. Nelson.
No questions. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Nelson-Clark, any redirect?
Just a couple, thank you. Mr. Mendenhall, you spent a few minutes speaking about the CET, and I just have a couple questions about that. The first is, have you reviewed any evidence in this case that would suggest that the CET is either not functioning properly or is not helpful or beneficial to customers?
No, in fact, I would say all of the evidence on the record is the exact opposite, that it's been working as intended and it's been beneficial to the customers.
And Mr. Meekum pointed out that it's been a few years since the commission has done a deep dive on the CET. Have any of the circumstances justifying the CET, to your knowledge, changed in any material way since that time?
No, they have not.
I don't have any further questions.
Thank you. Mr. Russell, do you have any recross?
No recross, but I failed earlier to move for the admission of the cross exhibits that I used. UAE cross exhibit 1 was the excerpt from the 2019 docket, and UAE cross exhibit 2 was the tab from the exhibit 1.07 in that docket. I'll move for their admission.
If anyone objects to that motion, please indicate your objection.
I did reference a third document, but it's in it's part of the electronic model. So I don't need to move for its admission. It's going to be it'll be admitted as soon as Mr. Summers is presented.
Okay, I haven't seen any objections, so the motion is granted.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Schmidt, any rate cross?
No, thank you.
Mr. Moore?
No, thank you.
Major Buchanan?
No, thank you.
Mr. Meekum?
No, thank you.
Mr. Cook?
No, thank you.
Mr. Nelson?
No, thank you.
Commissioner Allen, do you have any questions for Mr. Mendenhall?
I have one question, and it might be outside of your bailiwick because it might be an engineering answer, but how do you physically turn off the transportation customers? Do you have telemetry? Do you have someone that takes a big wrench and drives out to the ranch?
In most cases, it's a wrench, or there are some situations where you could remotely turn it off at an M&R station. You could just basically drop the pressure. If it was, you wouldn't do that if there were residential customers also on the M&R station, but if they were served singly off that, you could probably do it that way as well. But most likely it would be a wrench. Yeah.
So you do have the ability to physically turn them off and not just ask them to be nice and turn off their own gas.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Clark?
I have a question. Mr. Mendenhall, in the situation where the company deems the supplies available to serve sales customers are adequate, and it hasn't issued a whole burn to scheduled quantities order, but for some reason, a transportation customer, one or more customers' supplies are challenged, restricted in some way. Is that a situation where the LNG plant might be used as a resource to satisfy the needs of the transportation customers?
So typically, we do not like being a supplier of last resort for transportation customers, but conceivably that may be a situation. I will tell you, when you look at the priority of all of our facilities, the aquifer storage and clay basin storage and even our peak hour services, I think the LNG facility is kind of the last emergency tool in the toolbox, if you will. So in that instance, if it were a day that wasn't super cold and we weren't seeing big supply issues, my guess is we would most likely be serving them using some of those other assets. But if let's say those assets were down or being offline or whatever, then conceivably the LNG facility could be used in that situation.
Thank you. That's my only question.
I don't have any others, so thank you for your testimony this morning.
Thank you.
Nelson Clark?
Thank you. The company calls Austin Summers.
Good morning, Mr. Summers.
Good morning.
Do you swear to tell the truth?
Yes.
Thank you.
Mr. Summers, will you please state your full name and business address for the record?
Yes, my name is Austin Summers. My business address is 333 South State Street, Salt Lake City, Utah.
Mr. Summers, what position do you hold with the company?
I'm a manager of rates and regulation.
Mr. Summers, did you submit testimony marked as DEU Exhibit 4.0, direct testimony, as well as rebuttal testimony marked as DEU Exhibit 4.0R in this matter?
Yes.
And did you also submit accompanying exhibits, DEU Exhibit 4.01, all the way through 4.20?
Yes.
And do you adopt the contents of those documents as your testimony today?
Yes.
The company moves for the admission of Mr. Summers' pre-filed testimony along with all accompanying exhibits.
If anyone objects to that motion, please indicate your objection. I'm not seeing any. The motion is granted.
Thank you. Mr. Summers, can you please summarize the testimony you've offered in this matter?
Yes. And to start with, I actually wanted to just briefly touch on the task force. The task force was the result of a 2019 general rate case. And in the order from that rate case, the parties were told to study possible ways to split the TS class, to look at the peak day versus design day, possible allocation factors, and some other issues. All of the parties in this case attended, and they all had a say on what we studied. The task force was productive for those who participated and had ideas they wanted to explore. Splitting the TS class was the biggest item studied, and during the course of the task force, 3 different proposals were explored. The allocation factors proposed by other parties in the last general rate case were not brought up in the task force, but were brought up in this case again. In fact, there wasn't really much conversation at all about cost of service issues during the task force. Most of the discussion was on rate design and splitting the TS class. The company did find the task force to be useful to the extent that new ideas were brought up. When the company filed its case, it did rely on information from the task force. I'm going to walk through cost of service first, and then I'll talk about rate design as far as what I've proposed in this case. Cost of service is used for cost allocation and for determining which classes are covering their costs. The Commission can choose to use any allocation factors it thinks would allocate costs best, but I will point out that some of the allocation factors proposed by other parties are a significant departure from the allocation factors that have been used historically. Some result in large fluctuations in costs from where they have been historically. There are many ways that cost of service can be done, and one person's view of what is right or what is fair won't be the same as someone else. The company does not make more or less money by using one set of allocation studies compared to another. We used the same cost of service studies as we have in recent cases. These allocation factors were also used to calculate the rates that are currently in effect. I'll walk through some of the more contentious factors one by one. And the first one that I wanted to talk about is the design day versus peak day. And this is something that is used in the blended 230 allocator that I'll talk about here shortly. But the use of design day or peak day is not new to this rate case. It was discussed in the company's last case in 2019. And in its report and order in that case, the Commission summarized this issue by saying, quote, among other things, parties testified to the subjective nature of the design day and throughput weightings for the F230 allocation factor and the resulting reassignment of costs, the lack of empirical analysis supporting a specific distribution of these components, and the likelihood of the occurrence of a design day. Parties also dispute the application of and inputs used for the NARUC gas distribution rate design manual, average and peak demand method, and the design basis of DEU's system. And nothing has changed since the last rate case. The parties are still using the same language in the NARUC manual to justify their positions, and they're still arguing about the likeliness of a design day ever occurring. The company uses design day not just for cost allocation, but also for planning its system capacity, gas procurement strategy, transportation contract terms, and other planning activities. The company uses this data to make sure it can serve its customers on an extraordinarily cold day. Design day is not just used for system planning, but it has also been used for cost of service for decades and has provided reasonable, consistent results. The design day matches the use of the system on a design day with the costs that were incurred to build the system for that very cold design day. Proposals by other parties to use a cold day in a year and refer to it as a peak day do not appropriately match the cost of the system with the way the system would be used on a very cold design day. In addition to proper cost causation, evidence in this case shows that the design day should continue to be used because it is more consistent from year to year and from rate case to rate case. Moving on to the 60-40 blended allocator, this allocation factor has been consistently used by the company to allocate costs. In the 2019 general rate case, I did support the UAE proposal to use a 68-32 weighting based on the system load factor. While I didn't adopt it in this case, I still find the logic to be reasonable. In this case, I chose instead to use the Commission's order in the 2019 general rate case to determine my position. That order said, quote, we find the 60% 40% weighting is consistent with past DEU GRC applications and addresses the need for facilities subject to the F230 factor to fulfill two functions. One, to meet design day requirements, and two, to move gas to all customers 365 days per year. We find this ratio also recognizes the diversity of use of the system by all customer groups. Recognizing the inherently subjective nature of this factor, we find it reasonable to continue the use of the 60%-40% ratio. Close quote. I agree with the Commission's logic, and I chose to stay at that 60-40 weighting. The third issue in cost of service is allocating costs to interruptible customers. And there are four main reasons that I think that these customers should not be allocated costs. First, on an actual design day, these customers will not be using the system, so they won't be contributing any revenue to the costs of the system. Two, allocating these costs to interruptible customers takes away the benefit of them even being interruptible. They will essentially be paying for the same costs as a firm customer. Three, as shown in my rebuttal testimony, most of the interruptible customers have firm contract provisions too. They are already paying for the firm supply they intend to use on a design day. And fourth, not allocating cost to interruptible customers is consistent with rates that are currently in effect. The fourth cost of service issue is allocation of large diameter mains. I explained in my direct testimony that these facilities are generally sized for more than just local delivery requirements, so they are excluded from the distribution plant factor study. They are also smaller than feeder lines. The current method identifies customers that are not connected to the IHP system and then subtracts the decatherms delivered to those customers from the commodity throughput numbers. This allocation method is consistent with rates that are currently in effect. The fifth issue is the general plant depreciation expense, and this is not a new proposal. It was brought up in the 2019 general rate case and was not implemented. It was not implemented then because the proposal did not consider all general plant related accounts. The proposal was not brought up during the task force and has the same shortcomings in this rate case. The company's use of the gross plant allocation factor is still a suitable allocation factor and is consistent with rates that are currently in effect. The sixth issue is the distribution depreciation expense. Mr. Mullen's approach that he proposed is reasonable, but in my rebuttal testimony, I argued that the company's current use of the gross plant allocation factor is still reasonable and has been used consistently for some time. Finally, the seventh issue was the LNG depreciation. And the proposal in my rebuttal testimony correctly assigned the depreciation of the LNG facility to the firm sales customers. Mr. Higgins proposed in Sir rebuttal that DEU separately track its LNG-related plant in the proper FERC accounts going forward. He also recommended that the LNG-related accumulated depreciation and accumulated deferred income taxes be tracked separately from the non-LNG related balances to facilitate the proper allocation of these rate-based components. Unfortunately, the company's accounting system cannot keep track of assets in the detail proposed by Mr. Higgins. In order to accurately assign LNG costs to the correct customers going forward, the company will have to use the method I proposed in rebuttal testimony. To summarize cost of service issues, the company is proposing to use the same allocation factors it has used historically. These allocators have produced rates that are just, reasonable, and in the public interest. These allocators were used in the company's 2019 rate case to bring all of the TS class to full cost rates. It took many general rate cases to accomplish these full cost rates. The company is open to a gradual approach to full cost rates in this case, but does not support any proposal that results in a class of customers not paying full cost rates. If the end result in this case is that a certain class of customers is paying less than its full cost of service, it would be a step in the wrong direction. If the Commission determines that the rates proposed result in increases that are too high for a certain group of customers, the company suggests that the allocation factors be changed, resulting in less cost being allocated to that class. That's everything that I have on cost of service, but there was one rate design issue, and that is splitting the TS class. In the last general rate case, the company proposed and the commission approved rates that would bring all classes of customers to full cost. In that case, the company also said it would address intra-class subsidies in its next case, and that is exactly what we have done. The proposal to split the class was exactly what had been proposed during the task force. The parties had ample time to explore alternate options. The company's proposal is the one that got the most attention during the task force. And the company has shown that there are cost subsidies in the current TS class. By splitting that class into 3 different classes, the intra-class subsidies are significantly reduced. In summary, the company's proposal for cost of service is consistent with historical allocations, and continued use of these allocators will result in rates that are just, reasonable, and in the public interest. Splitting the TS class is a necessary step to reduce the intra-class subsidies that have been shown to exist in this case. Therefore, the company respectfully requests that the Commission approve the company's proposal as it was filed and adjusted in my rebuttal testimony. And that concludes my summary.
Mr. Summers is available for cross-examination and also for the Commission's questions.
Thank you. And then with respect to the issue that was raised earlier, considering the volume of issues today, I am not going to try to anticipate cross-examination questions. So I'll just encourage all of you to please feel free, if you believe you should have an opportunity to supplement your cross-examination if I've passed you and similar things happen, please don't hesitate to bring that to my attention and ask for it. But I'm not going to try to anticipate it just because I do a good job of it if I do. So I'll go to Ms. Schmid next. Do you have any questions for Mr. Summers?
I do. The division's witness, Dr. Abdullah, is passing out some cross-examination exhibits. I'll note that we didn't identify that Dr. Abdullah actually has a PhD in economics in his testimony and should be referred to as doctor, so I apologize for my oversight on that. Sorry, I'm the one who put the packets together and I probably caused problems. Okay, so while Dr. Abdullah is passing out things, I can start because I don't need those cross-examination exhibits at the very beginning. So, Mr. Summers, how are you today?
Doing very good, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Could I get a copy of those,
Oh.
Dr. Abdullah?
Sorry, that was my oversight as well.
Oh, I just got one from her. Thanks.
Isn't whatever peak measure you use designed to establish a relationship between average system use and peak usage?
The point of that allocation factor is it is used in combination with an average throughput. So yes, it is whether you use design day or peak day, as defined by other parties. That factor is used in conjunction with that blended allocation factor.
So the method, the peak measure chosen, merely derives a multiplier for particular system costs intended to represent the intensity of use for various customer classes, correct?
I don't think that's correct. I don't think it's intended to show how the system is used. I think it's intended to show how the system, the costs of the system should be used, and those costs are based on how the system is designed. The use of the system isn't as relevant in determining how those costs were originally incurred.
But you just said that it is the peak or design day that does show how the system is being used. Is that right?
No. The design day shows how the system would be. I guess it shows how it would be used on an extremely cold day, which coincides with what the design day is, or how the system was originally built.
So, under your definition of design day, does that mean the maximum capacity that the system could transport?
Yes, it is what the system was designed for, to accommodate extremely cold weather.
Do we have a definition of extremely cold weather?
Yes, the definition that we use is when weather would be at -5 in the Salt Lake area for the average of that day.
Thank you. So the ratio from the peak and average method represents some measure of each class's intensity of use of the system.
It does, and I think that the key there, when you're using that peak and average method, would be to make sure that you're using that you're matching the cost of the system, what caused the cost of the system, and design day does a better job of doing that. If you're using just a cold day in the year, there's going to be too much fluctuation, and it just isn't representative of how the system will be used on that design day.
So I'm going to drill down a little bit more specifically. So Dominion looks at all the gas flowing through its distribution system in a year and derives a daily average, and then evaluates each class's gas volumes on the peak day. Is that right?
The calculation of design day that the company is proposing, the way that that's calculated is it's this could get deep. I don't want that to happen, but the way that's calculated is that we would look at we have regression tools that would show how much gas would be used on that design day when the temperature is -5. The average temperature is -5 degrees. And then we would kind of forecast how much, based on typical customer usage and based on the temperature and all these other factors, we would forecast how much natural gas would be used on that design day. From that, we can look at how much of that cost, or how many of those decatherms, would be applied to the transportation customers, because we have more granular data on them and we know how much demand they have signed up for. So we can kind of assign an actual method to those customers that we have daily information for, and we have that information. And then when we go to the firm sales classes, the GS and FS, we have to estimate a little bit how much gas would be used by each of those classes. I think, was there another part of your question that was talking about the average throughput during the year?
I'm coming to that.
Okay.
So let's turn to average and throughput during the year. Are lakeside volumes included in an average or in a design day?
The way that we calculate the design day, no. And the reason for that is because the lakeside plant is on a special contract. So the revenue that they provide already compensates for the cost that they're incurring on the system. So we don't include them in the volumes because it would skew the volumes that would go to different classes. We don't include their revenue in the rate cases as a revenue requirement item. Those volumes are everything associated with Lakeside is done separately, and so it's all excluded from this calculation.
But don't you think it's important that an allocation factor meant to represent system characteristics actually reflects those circumstances?
No, well, and here's the logic is if I did include volumes from Lakeside, I would also have to include revenues from Lakeside, which would completely it would completely ignore the fact that they're a standalone customer, like that they have that special contract. So it's a better matching to not include them in any way, shape, or form.
Okay, well, we're going to come back to revenues in just a minute. When you build the system, though, you have to account for all volumes that are going to go through the pipe, and that would include special contract volumes like Lakeside. Is that right?
Yes. And Lakeside is paying for their costs that we have planned for on that system.
The peak and average results, including Lakeside volumes, and the peak and average results excluding Lakeside volumes would differ, right?
Yes, they would.
Okay. Doesn't that tell you that the intensity of system usage, the relationship that the peak and average method is intended to identify, is only completely ascertainable by including Lakeside volumes?
No, I think that you'd be including volumes and revenues and things that would completely skew the cost of service results. And it would skew it largely. So I don't think it's appropriate to do that.
Are you familiar with the way special contracts are treated in Pacific Corps' cost of service study?
No.
If you would turn now to the packet that Dr. Abdullah passed out, the first page of that packet is a color chart with the heading Design Peak Day Demand Forecast. Do you see that?
Yes.
Do you recognize it as being from DEU's IRP filing?
Yes.
Thank you. Is it true that this chart shows that the highest actual daily send out for the years 2016 through 2021 is lower than the firm peak demand at design day temperature for 2021 through 2031?
Yes, it does show that, and that's exactly why we're proposing to use the design day temperature. The costs that were incurred to build the system are what we're talking about with when you refer to cost causation. So the costs that are incurred to design the system are what's happening in that forecast, in that 21 through 31 forecast. So that's what would actually happen on a design day. And that is a good matching of what the of cost causation principles. These, if you were to use these temperatures that were just simply the coldest day in the year, that doesn't impact the cost of the system. The cost of the system is already determined, and it's based on using that design day. So using these colder days that aren't, I mean, they were cold, but they weren't extremely cold. They weren't design day cold. Doesn't appropriately apply the principle of cost causation.
Are the lakeside volumes included in this chart? You said that they were excluded from other things. And if you don't know, that's okay.
Just looking at it, there's not enough information on the chart to tell. It does say forecasted firm transportation. I'm not sure.
Okay.
I'd have to check.
We'll move on. Could we mark this for identification now as DPU cross exhibit 1?
Mr. Chairman, I just have a question about that. We had a bunch of exhibits we marked in the phase 1. Do you want us to be marking them starting over at 1 for phase 2, or would you rather have a consecutive numbering through the 2 phases? I just I wanted to avoid confusion if at all possible, but we're happy to do what you want.
The transcripts will be separate, so I don't know that we have a preference, but usually the exhibits are attached to the transcripts and they'll be 2 different documents.
Mr. Summers, if you'd now turn to your rebuttal testimony, I'm going to ask you to read just a few sentences into the record.
You said rebuttal testimony?
Yes, please. Page 18. If you'd prefer, I can read them and you can follow along, whichever you think would be.
I'd be happy to read them.
Okay, great.
I'm there.
Okay, so would you please read lines 334 through the sentence that ends on line 345 that ends with the word day?
Sure.
Into the record. Thank you.
Line 334 starts. Please summarize the positions of the intervening parties regarding the allocation of design day costs to interruptible customers. Answer. Mr. Abdullah and Mr. Daniel both recommend that interruptible customers should be charged for at least a portion of design day costs. They reason that because interruptible customers are rarely interrupted, even on cold days with high sendout, they should bear a portion of the design day costs. Mr. Higgins disagrees with this assertion and is aligned with the company's proposal. Question, do you agree with Mr. Abdullah and Mr. Daniel? Answer, no. Interruptible customers should not pay any design day costs at all. The company has designed its system to meet the needs of its firm customers. Its system design, gas supply, and other planning all presume that interruptible customers will be interrupted on a design day.
Thank you. Now let's look at the number of hours that the company has actually asked those interruptible service customers to interrupt. I'm getting the information from 2 of the company's data responses, and they are included in the packet that Dr. Abdel-Nasser passed out. The first page is the company's response to DPU data request 5.02, which was attached to DPU exhibit number 4.01 to Dr. Abdullah's direct testimony. Can we mark that for identification as DPU cross exhibit 2? And then the second page is the company's response to OCS data request number 6.17, which was attached as OCS exhibit 4.2D to Mr. Daniel's direct testimony. Can we mark that for identification as DPU Cross Exhibit 3? So DPU Cross Exhibit 2 asks how many times the IS class was interrupted between January 1st, 2019 and December 31st, 2001. Can you read the answer into the record?
Answer: the IS class was not interrupted between January 1, 2019 and December 31, 2021.
And now turning to DPU Cross Exhibit 3, it asks for each month since October 30, 2013, provide the date of any interruption to interruptible customers, the number of customers interrupted, and the duration of the interruption. Do you agree that the answer says there were 3 interruptions, each for less than 1 day?
Yes, that's what they say. And none of those were design days.
Okay. So, do you agree that the interruptible service customers have been interrupted a total of 3 times, with each interruption being less than 1 day, from 2013 through the current date?
Yes, and Mr. Mendenhall actually talked about one of the tools that the company now has that's called the whole burn schedule quantity. And I think that has given our gas supply group a lot more flexibility because they are no longer interrupting. They can offer this whole burn schedule quantity, and they're managing things a lot more that way. The penalties that have also been implemented have improved behavior. So a lot of these interruptions just don't need to happen as much because there are different tools that are available since these happened.
I want to drill down a little bit deeper into what these interruptions actually were and how they affected the customers. So here we go. 3 days, if I round up, gets to 72 hours. Is that right?
I didn't bring a calculator, but I trust you.
Okay.
Yes, that checks out.
So will you accept, subject to check, that there were 79,608 hours from October 1st, 2013 through October 31st, 2022. I got that from a website called calculator.net/daycounter.html. And will you accept that subject to check?
Yeah, so is that the total hours? Is that what you said?
The total hours.
Okay.
All the hours of all those days. So if I divide the number of hours that the interruptible customers were actually interrupted by the total number of days, will you accept, subject to check, that at most, because I rounded up, the interruptible customers were interrupted only 0.09% of all the hours between October 1st, 2013 through October 31st, 2022? And again, subject to check.
Yes, on days that were not design days.
Okay. I would like to move for the admission of what has been marked as DPU Cross Exhibit 1, the chart with the design peak day demand forecast, DPU Cross Exhibit 2, the company's data response to DPU data request number 5.02, and what has been marked as DPU Cross Exhibit 3, the company's response to OCS's data request number 6.17.
If anyone objects to that motion, please indicate your objection. I'm not seeing or hearing any, so the motion is granted.
Thank you. Those are all my questions at this time.
Why don't we take a 15-minute break, and then we'll go on with Mr. Moore's cross-examination. We'll come back on that clock at 10:35. Mr. Summers.
One or two. Mr. Summers, could I direct your attention to your rebuttal testimony, page 2, line 26, and have you read the full sentence starting with the word however and ending with the word represent.
Yes, that says, however, with the exception of the Utah Division of Public Utilities, which doesn't represent a particular class of customers, the other parties in this case have chosen a method that directly benefits the specific customers of the class they represent.
Is it your understanding that the DPU has a statutory duty to advocate for what it believes in the general public interest?
Yes,
Isn't it true that though the DPE advocates for the general public interest and the OCS advocates for a specific class of customers, the DPU and the OCS have some very similar, in fact, practically identical positions in this docket?
yes,
Specifically, both the DEU and the OCS rejects the DPU and the OCS rejects Dominion's use of design day allocation factors. Isn't that true?
that's true.
And both the DPU and the OCS use a variation of the peak and average approach in allocations involving allocation factor 230, which allocates costs associated with feeder lines, compressor stations, assignment and regulation statements. Isn't that true?
That's true.
Both the DPU and the OCS use a load factor derived out from the actual peak demand and the annual throughput to determine the split between the peak demand and the throughput in their versions of the peak and average approach. Isn't that correct?
That is correct, and I think I addressed it plenty with the division, saying why I don't think that the coldest day in the year is representative of the costs that were incurred to build the system. But yes, what you said was true.
And both the DPU and the OCS use the actual peak demand as the peak allocator in the peak and average approach. Isn't that true?
That's correct.
And both the DPU and the OCS suggest that some peak time demand should be assigned to interruptible customers, correct?
That is correct.
Both the DPU and the OCS advocate for evaluation or reevaluation of the CET in the next rate case. Isn't that true?
Yes, they were in agreement on many issues in this case.
In fact, the only substantive difference between DPU and OCS position in this docket is that DPU proposes to use a 3-year average to determine the actual peak demand, while OCS uses the peak demand in 2021. Isn't that correct?
And there was a lot of stuff that happened in this rate case, but I believe that that's what stands out.
Therefore, isn't it true that though the OCS represents a customer class, many of the OCS positions are in lockstep with the DPU's approach, which is based on an evaluation of the general public interest? The same cannot be said about the industrial customers.
No, they're definitely different than the industrial customers. And I when I wrote that, I didn't mean to imply that one company was cherry picking simply because it represented that class. In fact, I think that's the responsibility of all of the classes here, is to advocate for the customers that they represent. So if they weren't doing that, I don't know that they would be doing necessarily a good job. But I do think that the company's proposal in all of these circumstances, in all of these studies, like I mentioned in my summary, has been used for a long time and has provided reasonable results. So I don't see any reason to get off of what we've used for a long time.
Moving to another topic, Mr. Summers, isn't it true that a DEU design day is a completely theoretical estimate of the amount of throughput that would be used in the system during a hypothetical extremely cold period?
I wouldn't say it's completely.
I'm sorry, I'm not finished.
Oh, okay.
I apologize. An amount of throughput that has never actually been required.
I think that both the design day and the peak day they rely on estimates. They're similar estimates because we don't have certain information. So when you use the word theoretical, it almost makes it sound like we're guessing, but there's a lot of science behind it that would show why that design day is what would happen on a very cold day.
Isn't it also true that the calculation of the amount of gas to be used during design day conditions is conducted through DEU's RAP process and considers factors such as the estimate of heating days, wind speeds, prior day demand, mean temperatures, among other factors?
Yes.
In reviewing DEU's RAP, the PSC only acknowledges or does not acknowledge the IRP. Isn't that correct?
Yes, the commission does acknowledge or not acknowledge the IRP, but all of those factors that you're talking about, wind speed, day of the week, holiday or not holiday, all of those factors were heard in, I believe it was a 2017 docket, where we went back and forth on looked at our calculation of design day in great detail, and some adjustments were made to that calculation. And the commission did say that that was reasonable using the assumptions that we're using now.
You don't have a cite to that offhand?
I do not.
All right. Getting back to the acknowledgement of the IRP, isn't it true that acknowledgement does not guarantee the future maintenance and treatment, but only signifies that IRP substantially complies with the 2019 standards and guidelines, and give regulators some comfort that the DEU is making reasonable, forward-looking choices?
Yes, I think you said 2019 guidelines. There was actually the 2009 guidelines. And yes, that is correct.
Therefore, DEU is asking PSC to use a calculation design day for the purpose of rate making, even though the method of calculations have not been explicitly approved or endorsed by the Commission in this case. Isn't that correct?
The method that we use to calculate the design day, like I mentioned before, I think that has been, it's not, let me back up. Just to answer your question, simply acknowledging an IRP does not establish a rate-making standard, but there is a lot of history that goes with it, and like I mentioned before, there was a docket that specifically discussed our calculation of the design day with all of those inputs. So it, not to say that that necessarily is going to be the way that we have to do it going forward, but right now there's no evidence that would suggest that it's an improper way of calculating the design day.
Now, although you don't remember the name of the docket, you remember the date?
I remember participating in the docket, and I remember a lot of discussion about wind speed, and that our wind speed that we had been using was determined to be too high. So we backed off the wind speed to something more reasonable, and that dropped our calculation of the design day in that case. And that was when we were determining that docket was for peak. I believe that was for peak hour contracts, if I'm not mistaken.
All right, so it was a contract case, not a IRP case or a general rate case.
It was not an IRP or a general rate case.
And it was specific to the contracted issue.
Yes.
I have no further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Moore. Major McCann, do you have any questions for Mr. Summers?
No questions.
Thank you, Mr. Russell.
I do have some questions. Thank you. Mr. Summers, I want to follow up on a couple of questions that Ms. Schmidt asked you about related to the design day factor. You had hesitated in response to one of her questions because you didn't want to get too nerdy about the regression tools that you use, but I'm gonna ask that we do that just a little. My understanding of your answer there is that there are certain assumptions that are made when you're performing the design day factor study. The design day may not change, but the results of the study change. Is that accurate?
Yeah, we're being consistent from year to year with how we apply the inputs into our design day calculation. know if that answers your question, or we can go further into it if you like.
So let's talk about the inputs. Do the inputs change?
The inputs that we use have not changed for several years. As far as that we rely on wind speed, we rely on day of the week, those kinds of things. The inputs, the actual numbers that go in, would change from year to year, depending on customer growth, how much usage per customer we forecast is going to be happening then. So we do change. We don't change the process every year, but we change the inputs based on new information.
Okay, that's what I wanted to get to. Thank you. You talked a bit with some others about how you perform the design day factor, and I'm not going to belabor that point. I do, however, want to spend a little bit of time on how the actual peak day factor is performed. Can you maybe just at a high level walk us through the difference between those two?
Between the design day and the actual peak day? Sure.
Yeah.
The actual peak day is going to be based on the coldest day in a year. And you can kind of see, I'm looking now at the DPU cross exhibit 1. That was a chart from our IRP. You can see that the peak day, as it's being defined here, is going to be those green and yellow. So that green and yellow line is going to be the peak day in every year. The design day is going to be based on a very cold day within certain parameters. So that's going to be the big difference, is that the design day is always going to be set for a -5 average, and the peak day, as it's defined here, is going to be just the coldest day that occurred in a year, whether it was close to a design day or not.
Is the actual peak usage day just the coldest day, or is it the day when you expect there to have been the most usage on the system?
You bring up something that's right. It is actually the day of highest send out.
Okay, and
which usually ties into the coldest day.
Sure. And on those days where you estimate you have the highest send out, do you have actual information for gas usage from some customers on that day?
We have actual usage from any customer who has telemetry. So that's the transportation customers all have to have a meter with telemetry. So those customers, we do have daily meter read information. For the bulk of our customers, the GS and the firm sales customers, we do not have daily information for them. We just have a monthly meter read.
Right, and so in order to determine their usage on that day of highest send out, how do you make that determination?
For the customers that we only have monthly information, we have to rely on mathematical estimates. So we would look at all of the throughput during that month and compare the degree days or how cold it was on each individual day of that month. Compare that with the actual heating degree days and the total send out on that actual day, and we would calculate an estimate based on those inputs.
Okay,
for those classes.
And we've been using the term send out. If we don't have usage data on a daily basis for some customers on the system, how does Dominion determine the day of the highest send out?
So the day of highest send out is measured based on how much natural gas is injected into our system for that day. So and we can measure that on from pipelines that deliver gas to us, and we have measurement equipment at every point where gas comes into our system. So it is the sum of the gas that is injected into our system at the various points.
And by using the day that the most gas is injected into the system? Are you just you're making the assumption that that equals the day of highest send out?
That's correct.
And what gives you comfort that the day of highest send into the system equals the day of highest send out from the system?
That might be a really good question for our gas control manager, but since I'm here, I'll tell you just from my observations of they sit around the corner, and what I've seen from them is they are very accurate at buying enough gas to supply that day's needs. So they will buy just enough gas to meet needs, keep pressures up in the system, and that is what they will buy. That's what gets injected, not injected, inserted into our system, and that is what will be burned by customers that day.
I realize this is probably a question for your neighbor at your office and not for you, but I'll ask it anyway. Is it ever the case that Dominion inserts gas into the system to ensure that there's enough gas for tomorrow rather than for today's usage?
No. They buy gas on a daily basis. So they will buy gas for tomorrow. They will be buying today. And that is exactly what will be delivered to the system.
Well, I mean, just conceptually, if it's cold overnight, you need gas in the system at 11:59, just like you need gas in the system at 12:01 a.m., right? I mean, so presumably there's some gas being inserted into the system that is anticipated to be used not in real time, but in sometime after it's ejected, right?
Yeah, I mean, I guess it's not an immediate. It goes in right here and then it's burned right then. So yeah, there's some, but I think that over the course of a day, over the course of 24 hours, that the gas that they're injecting into the system that they're buying for the system for that day is being used that day.
Okay, and when you use day, are you talking 12:01 a.m. to midnight the following night? When you're talking when you did the actual peak day factor, you're using a 24-hour period?
The actual, I believe, is actually, when they're looking at the day of highest send out, it is based on a gas day, which does not start midnight to midnight. I don't remember the exact times, but it's not a midnight to midnight thing, but it is a 24-hour period.
Okay, fair enough. Let's shift gears a little bit and talk about your. You've talked to some others about the use of the average and peak allocation for demand and capacity costs. Several parties in this case advocate for its usage, but advocate that it be used in slightly different ways. And so I kind of want to talk to you about the way that the company proposes to use it. And the company's proposal is to weight 60% on the peak and 40% on the average. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay, and that's the way that it was done in the last rate case and before that?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, and there's been some discussion about the gas manual. The gas manual, the NERU gas manual suggests that the split between the average and peak be based on system load factor. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, and why doesn't the company simply use system load factor?
There are many ways that this could be done, and that's evidenced by the different ways that the parties in this case have proposed it. In my years of doing this, we've seen everything from a 50-50 allocation to a 100% zero allocation, and everybody has data to back that up. Whether it be through some form of logic or some manual, if it's AGA or if it's NARUC or Bondbright or whoever, everybody has something that backs up their their position. The company has used the 60/40 for many years, as long as I've been doing this, and I will be the first to admit that I'm an accountant by training, and I would always like there to be a right answer and a wrong answer. And I will admit that the 60/40 is a very arbitrary position, but it's been a consistent position over the years that has been reliable and reasonable, and falls squarely between the options proposed by other parties.
The 60/40 allocation that the company proposes weights the allocation more on throughput than would using a system load factor.
That is correct.
Okay. And if you were to use something other than 60/40, you mentioned that there's been some others that are based on something less arbitrary than the 60/40. What would you choose?
If it was something besides the 60/40, I think that the logic behind the UAE's proposal, using a system load factor that is derived by using the design day, would be the most reasonable.
Okay, thank you. Let's talk about the allocation of large diameter mains for a moment. The large diameter mains are the intermediate high pressure main lines that are greater than 6 inches in diameter, right?
I think it might be greater than, I think it's 8 inches and up. So yeah,
Okay.
everything bigger than 6.
Okay. And the company proposes to allocate the costs of those mains on the distribution throughput factor, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And tell me how the distribution throughput factor is determined.
Sure. So when we would hear the word throughput, that would be just a volumetric measure. And we do have some things that are allocated using just throughput. The way that distribution throughput is different is that we would look at any customer who is not connected to that IHP system, to that intermediate high pressure system, and we would exclude them from that allocation factor. So in this case, it's the large customers don't get allocated as much of that cost as like a residential customer would, because they're just not connected to that system. They're generally connected to higher pressure lines.
But those large customers that are connected to that system are paying the costs for that system based on throughput. Yes?
Yes, if they are connected to that, I mean, there is some cost that is allocated to them.
Okay. Are the large diameter mains, do they play a role in meeting the design day requirements of the system?
I think every part of the system has to be sized at some point to meet a design, a design part of this to accommodate design.
Okay. In his pre-filed testimony, Mr. Higgins indicates that the large diameter IHP mains are designed to meet the design day needs of the system, as well as to move gas from the high pressure feeder line system to the smaller distribution system. Do you agree with that statement?
I would agree with that. In fact, I think that sounds like what I wrote in my testimony, that it's used to distribute gas further out from the large diameter mains, or from the high pressure feeder lines.
Sorry, I keep wanting to go on. And if those large diameter mains do contribute to meeting the needs of the system on a design day, why use a different allocation factor for these than you do for the cost that we were talking about earlier that meet the design day?
Yeah, and I think the answer to that is that they're not used as much for a design day as a large diameter, as a feeder line would be used. A feeder line is used as kind of the backbone of the system, and so it's definitely we use that design day more heavily on that. These large diameter mains, while they have to be designed, sure, to meet the needs of the system on a design day, they are used more for delivering gas to those small customers. So they're not as much of a backbone piece. So I think that's why we would treat them differently.
I want to switch gears to one other topic, and it was one that was not raised in your testimony, but was raised in Mr. Higgins' direct testimony. Do you have access to that?
I believe I do.
I could have you turn to his phase 2 direct testimony at line 92. It's page 4.
Okay.
Give everybody a moment to get to that. In this portion of Mr. Higgins' testimony, he raises a point about how the exhibits that were attached to Dominion's cost of service study reflect current revenues among the split up TS class customers. It indicates that there is that in some of the in some portions of the electronic model, DEU exhibit 4.20, they're reflected one way and another way. Did you have a chance to review this testimony, and do you have any reaction to it?
I did. I have reviewed it. And I'm trying to remember. And you're right. I didn't write to it in rebuttal. There are different, I guess, versions of revenue in the model, and some might be used to show what revenue would be if we were collecting using current rates. There are some comparisons that are made using, proposed volumes at current rates, and that might be called current revenue. There are current revenues that would show what rates will be, or what revenue would be collected at the new rates. And so I don't have any discomfort with the math that's performed in the model. It might be that there could be a change to the naming conventions that we're using in the model just to make things more clear. But I have confidence in the math that's calculating the rates in this case.
Do you agree that it is important to get a baseline for what the current revenues are when the commission sets new rates and determines what the new revenue requirements are going to be, to look at the change in the revenue requirement for each class? Do you agree the commission needs to get a good handle on what the current revenues are so it understands what the change in the rates is?
Yes.
Okay. I think that's all I have on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Russell. Mr. Meehan?
Thank you. Summers, so Dominion builds its system to meet the requirements of the design day.
That's correct.
And they do that for purposes of ensuring reliability.
That's correct. We want all of our customers, especially on a cold day, to have access to natural gas.
So the GS and FS customer classes are significant beneficiaries of that. So all right, I'll kiss it here. So the GS and FS customers are significant beneficiaries of that build.
I think that all of our customers are beneficiaries of the build to the extent that they have firm service through us.
To ensure that even if hell freezes over, they have assurance, or they have service.
Yes, hell over Salt Lake or any other.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Is that all you have, Mr. Meehan?
I said thanks, but I probably wasn't close enough.
Sorry. Mr. Cook?
No questions.
Thank you, Mr. Nelson.
Yes, thank you. Just a couple of questions. Good morning.
Good morning.
Thor Nelson, I represent the Utah Asphalt Pavement Association in this case. I have a couple of questions on a topic that you haven't discussed yet, which is your discussion in your testimony about gradualism. Do you recall that portion of your testimony where you talk about that principle, sir?
I do.
Okay. And in particular, if I could look at page 22.
Is this a direct or is this rebuttal?
Sorry, yes, your exhibit, DEU exhibit 4.0R, which I believe
Is rebuttal.
the rebuttal testimony. Let me know when you're.
I'm there.
Okay. In your rebuttal testimony, you respond to the gradualism proposals that were offered by some of the interveners in this proceeding. Is that fair?
Yes.
And I understood your proposal, having considered these issues, and I'll call your attention to the testimony starting at line 429, that from Dominion's perspective, if you take your recommendations regarding cost allocation and rate spread, that you believe that it is unnecessary to then apply a gradualism adjustment. Do I understand your position correctly?
I think my position is that we've done a three-step approach in the past, and I'm not opposed to gradualism. I understand that rate shock is an important part of these rate cases, and so we want, if there's a way that we can ease into it, then that's great. The point that I was trying to make on gradualism is that we need to make sure that each class does get to full cost. Is my point.
Okay. Can I please ask you to turn back a couple of pages to page 7 of that testimony? And let me know when you're there.
I'm there.
At the bottom of page 7, at line 170, you have a question that is asking yourself what the difference is if you look at some of the different approaches to cost allocation that are presented by the different parties in this case. And then if you sort of continue on in your testimony at page 8, you have a series of tables that show the impact of two of the big issues in this case, the relative weight that is given to peak versus throughput and how the peak is calculated. Do you see that, sir?
Yes.
All right. And I just want to make sure I understand sort of the implications between the decision regarding these cost allocation issues and your position then regarding gradualism. I take it to mean, as I understood your testimony, that if you look at, and I'll just use as an illustration on the top of page 8, the company's proposal as compared to Dr. Abdullah's proposal in the first two charts. Do you see that, sir?
That's correct.
All right. And it just, for example, one of the things which is the case is if you use the company's methodology, the highest proposed increase is to the TSL class at a 61.98% increase. Do I understand that correctly?
That's correct.
Conversely, if you use Dr. Abdullah's methodology, by example, the highest increase under his approach is also to the TSL class, but the increase is 103.71%. Is that fair?
That is right.
Okay. And so I take it that, as I understand your testimony, that part of the reason why you are not specifically recommending a gradualism approach, although as I understand you're open to that, is that because of the way the company proposes to maintain the current sort of cost allocation principles, the rate changes that would result from your advocacy are less dramatic than the rate changes that result from other parties' advocacy. Is that fair?
Yes, and I let me just add to that just a little bit. I don't think that when I put together my cost of service results, I wasn't trying to say who should have how big of an increase or anything like that.
Sure.
Just kind of put things together, let the numbers lie where they are. I do agree, though, that the proposals by the division, by Dr. Abdullah, in that second table, and the provision or the proposal by Mr. Daniel on that third table do increase those costs to the TSL class.
Okay. Would it be fair to say from your perspective that, exactly this question, do you see it as a benefit of the company's approach to cost allocation and revenue allocation that it has more modest effects on the individual customer classes coming out of this case than the approaches recommended by other parties?
Yes, I do think that's reasonable. It could also be said for the same thing, though. If you look at the charts on page 9, the tables on page 9, there are proposals for, a 67.5, 32.5 that would be even less, and then a proposal for 100% design day that would even be a reduction. So that's why in my gradualism comments, I said, I think it's important to keep things at full cost. That everything, when this ends up, when everything is done, the dust settles, every class should be at full cost. If it's not a gradualism approach, then I think there are options for the commission to choose that would allocate less costs to certain classes of customers.
Thank you very much. I have no further questions of the witness.
Thank you, Mr. Nelson. Ms. Nelson-Clark, any redirect?
I do, just a little. Mr. Summers, there has been a fair amount of discussion today about design day versus actual. And I think you had a discussion with Mr. Meekum indicating that the reason the company designs its system for a design day is to ensure that service continues even when Salt Lake City or other places may freeze over. Do you remember that?
I do.
And when the company designs its system for a design day, the costs associated with it are associated with that design day calculation, correct?
That is correct.
There were also discussions about the difference between what has actually been experienced, the actual day, and I think DPU Cross Exhibit 1 shows the actual days being lower than the design day, correct?
That's correct.
And you referenced a case, Mr. Summers, where the company's design day calculation was challenged and litigated. Would you agree, subject to check, that that occurred in a pass-through docket?
Yes.
And would you agree, subject to check, that the docket number is 17-057-20?
Yes.
Is it also
you're right?
Is it also your recollection that there was testimony offered in that case?
Yes.
It was not a stipulation. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And that the commission issued an order in that case?
They did.
And is it your recollection, Mr. Summers, that the commission found the company's methodology to be reasonable
Yes.
in that case as it related to recovery of costs?
Yes.
I'd like to move, let me ask you one more question about design day. When the company experiences a design day, is it your understanding that interruptible customers will be interrupted?
Yes.
Okay. Let's talk for a minute about the Lakeside contract. If you think back to the beginning of your time on the stand today, I believe you and Ms. Schmidt had a conversation about that. Do you recall that conversation?
Yes, I do.
Is it your understanding that the Lakeside volumes and the Lakeside service are the subject of a special contract?
Yes.
And is that special contract include cost recovery for the costs caused by the Lakeside Power Plant?
Yes.
And was that agreement, or were those series of agreements approved by this commission?
Yes.
What would happen if you treated the costs and the volumes associated with Lakeside as proposed by the division?
If the costs were included and the volumes and everything were included in this, that's a fun theoretical question to think about, because it makes me wonder how good I am at my job. Because technically what should happen is if If the cost of that system that Lakeside is using and the volumes associated with that and the revenues associated with that were properly accounted for in that special contract, then when they would be brought into this, if they were a standalone, then I would expect that all of the costs and the revenues and the volumes would be allocated appropriately to Lakeside. Now, since they are a special contract, I think it's completely appropriate to leave the costs and the decatherms and the volumes and everything, the revenue, out of the rate case.
Does doing so, as you've proposed, help avoid double counting of those volumes or of those costs or of those revenues?
Yes.
I don't have any additional questions.
Ms. Schmidt, any recross?
Yes, I do. Following up on the questions concerning Lakeside, you were asked questions about how the Lakeside contract was designed to recover its costs and things like that. Do you remember that?
Yes.
But because the company excludes the Lakeside volumes and revenues from the numbers presented in its rate case, isn't it impossible for the other parties, to determine whether Lakeside actually recovers its costs?
That was, yes, you're right. The data is not presented here to make that determination, but there was a separate docket that was used to review that contract and make sure that special contract was in the public interest.
And that docket was several years ago, right?
Yes.
Those are all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Could I just get an indication of who intends to do additional recross? Mr. Moore? Anyone else? Okay, thank you, Mr. Moore.
Turning back to the 1705720 case, I believe you testified in redirect that the commission found that all the costs in connection with the special contract and the pass-through docket were reasonable, didn't you?
Yes.
But that's not true, isn't it? Didn't the commission reject your combination of the temperature in conjunction with a high wind speed?
The commission ultimately ordered on what we should use. So it was a long time ago now for me, but there was. It was because we were talking about the peak hour contracts that it was decided to be heard in a pass-through case because those are pass-through contracts. But ultimately, those contracts were approved, even though they were somewhat reduced on how much those contracts, on how much volume should be acquired in those contracts.
So I'm going to ask the question again. The commission didn't determine that all of DPU's analysis of the design was reasonable, did they?
Not that we proposed in that docket, but the order that they did establish in that case is what we are using now.
I have no further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Moore. Commissioner Clark, do you have any questions for Mr. Summers?
Yes, I do. I think in your summary, you mentioned that there are differences in the way the system would be used on a design day in contrast to a peak day. Could you drill down a couple of layers on that for me and describe, at least in general terms, what differences you perceive?
Yeah, I think on a design day, you're going to be having more use by customers with a lower load factor. So I'm talking about residential customers and small businesses, commercial customers who rely on the system for heat. So if it's just a cold day in January, but it's not a design day, you're going to have more of the system being used on that day by an industrial customer who has some kind of process, industrial process that relies on consistent natural gas use throughout any day. It doesn't really matter how cold it is, because they're just using that for an industrial process. On that design day, you're going to have more usage by the residential customers. So they'll just have more of a share of the system being used on that design day.
Thanks for that. I understand what you meant. Using design day as an allocator in a general rate case context, are you familiar with the history of the company's practice in doing that? I recognize that some recent rate cases have been settled and there hasn't been, this issue hasn't been litigated, might not have surfaced even in the settlement agreement at all, but what I'm interested in is how long or over what period of time the companies use the design day allocator in the fashion that you're employing it in this case.
Okay. So I've been in this department for the last 13 years, and in that time, I know that the design day, as we are proposing it now, has been used in all of that time. My understanding is that I think it was the result of a 2002 rate case. The parties, at least the division, and I believe the office were there, kind of sat down and put this all together, and I think we've been using the same design day since, it's been at least since 2007. Before that, I wasn't involved in this, but my understanding is somewhere around 2002 through now is how long we've been using this iteration of this allocation factor.
Some of the charts that we've looked at in your rebuttal testimony suggest to me, at least, that changes in allocators case to case could have some pretty dramatic impacts on customer classes and the revenue responsibility assigned to those classes. Do you agree with that?
Absolutely. Yes, I think, and this is a big one. There are a lot of costs that are allocated based on this design day in combination with the throughput. So it's a significant allocation factor.
Thank you.
Sure.
Commissioner Allen?
Well, I had a couple of questions, and thanks to everyone here. They've been asked and answered. So, no questions at this time. Thank you.
I don't have any others, so thank you for your testimony this morning, Mr. Summers.
The company now calls Jessica Ibsen.
Good morning.
Morning, Ms. Simpson.
Yes.
Thank you.
Ms. Ibsen, can you please state your full name and business address for the record?
Yes, my full name is Jessica L. Ibsen. My business address is 333 South State Street, Salt Lake City, Utah.
And what position do you hold with the company?
I'm a regulatory specialist.
Ms. Ibsen, did you file testimony in this matter marked as DEU Exhibit 5.0 with accompanying exhibits 5.01 through 5.04?
Yes.
And do you adopt the contents of those documents as your testimony today?
Yes.
The company moves for the admission of Ms. Ibsen's direct testimony along with the accompanying exhibits.
Please indicate if anyone objects to that motion. I'm not seeing any objections, so it's granted.
Thank you. Ms. Ibsen, can you please summarize your testimony in this matter?
Yes. The purpose of my testimony and exhibits were to clean up and propose modifications to the company's tariff. I have made a summary of 7 applicable changes being proposed in this docket. Number 1 is moving language detailing conditions of service applicable to interruptible service into one location. This adjustment will make it clear to customers who may be interested in taking interruptible service, the requirements for maintaining a backup system, and the financial consequences. Number 2, adding language for transportation customers to terminate existing service contracts at any time throughout the year once they have completed the initial 1-year term of their service agreement. This allows for greater flexibility in terminating contracts, for example, if a transportation service customer is selling their business, so the new owner of the business can initiate service in its own name. Number 3, adding an AC power battery replacement fee of $1,000 after the first battery replacement. This significant fee should encourage transportation customers to fix power issues in a timely manner when power outages occur. Number 4, eliminating the full connection fee. With customers rarely requesting the service and with it becoming increasingly expensive to offer, it requires technicians to be specifically trained in brands and types of appliances. HVAC contractors are far better equipped and trained for appliance work. There are still 2 remaining connection fees, read-only and limited connection fee services, which allow the company to be responsive and ensure account changes to the 2 new parties are done quickly and accurately. Number 5, adding language to delay or terminate construction on any extension of main or service line if an applicant's check is not honored by their bank because of insufficient funds. Number 6, some other proposed changes include rewording, referencing, punctuation, formatting, and grammatical corrections. These changes do not affect the substance or the applicability of the tariff. Number 7, some of the other changes within the tariff include the distribution non-gas rates, administration charge, transportation service split, which has been sponsored by another witness. To my knowledge, the changes I mentioned, number 1 through 6, no party has objected to, and number 7, Mr. Summers has addressed in his testimony. The proposals are just, reasonable, and in the public interest. This concludes my testimony.
Ms. Simpson is available for cross-examination and the Commission's questions.
Thank you. Mr. Schmidt, do you have any questions for Ms. Simpson?
No questions, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Moore.
No questions, thank you.
Thank you, Buchanan.
No questions.
Mr. Russell.
No questions, thank you.
I have nothing, thank you.
No questions.
No questions, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Allen.
No questions.
Commissioner Clark.
Thanks. I have a question.
Okay.
Just because I think it's only fair. I'm just interested in the process by which you identify these kinds of changes that come to your tariffs. How do you learn about them, and what are the sources of the feedback that you receive? Do they come from customers sometimes? Is it from vendors or the HVAC repair people, or how does it happen?
So what we do in between general rate cases, we keep track of different issues possibly departments are having, whether there's a concern with like clarification of different issues within the tariff, or if they're seeing maybe a customer not responding a certain way. So we'll track those different items, and then when we get closer to filing a general rate case, we send out an email to all of the managers, basically within the gas utility, and we ask them if there's anything within the tariff that needs clarification, or if they have any ideas to revamp or the tariff. So we have different meetings and we meet over different items, and then we come up with the list to modify the tariff at that time.
And is there any direct communication with customers or the aspects of your industry? You know, other firms. Do you have any direct input from them in this process?
So, for example, one of the items we wanted to make sure that when an applicant's check, when they pay for their main or service line extension. If the funds do not go through and clear the bank, we can come in and we can stop the process. So in that case, we did reach out to the Home Builders Association and we asked them, is this reasonable? And they did respond to us and say, yes, this is reasonable. If you're not paying, you should be able to stop construction on that main or service line extension.
Thank you.
Thanks.
I don't have any additional questions. Thank you for your testimony this morning.
Thank you.
The company has nothing further.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Schmidt, we'll go to you next.
The division would like to call as its witness Dr. Abdinasser Abdullah.
Good morning, Dr. Abdullah.
Good morning.
Do you swear to tell the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Good morning. Could you please state and spell your name for the record?
My name is Abdinasser Abdullah. Abdinasser, Abdinasir. Abdullah, Abdulle.
By whom are you employed?
I'm employed with the Division of Public Utilities.
Your title?
I'm a technical consultant.
And your business address?
My business address is 160 East, 300 South, Salt Lake City. This building.
In conjunction with your employment at the division, have you participated on behalf of the division in this docket?
Yes, I do.
Did you prepare or assist in the preparation and the filing of your direct testimony, of your rebuttal testimony, and errata filing correcting a couple of errors in that testimony, and your rebuttal testimony?
Yes, I did.
Do you have any changes or corrections to that testimony?
Not after that errata.
Just so the record is clear, is it true that you have a PhD in economics?
Yes, I do.
So we can call you Dr. Abdullah, right?
Yes.
Thank you. The division would like to move for the admission of Dr. Abdullah's direct, rebuttal, errata, and rebuttal testimony with the related exhibits.
Thank you. If anyone objects to the motion, not seeing any objections, so the motion is granted.
Do you have a summary to present today?
Yes, I do.
Please proceed.
Good morning, Commissioners. I have reviewed Dominion Energy of Utah's application, the Phase 2 direct rebuttal and the rebuttal testimonies of the witnesses of all parties. And the responses to the discovery, I also reviewed the presentation materials for Phase 2 technical conference held on June 22, 2022. In what follows, I will provide a summary of my findings and recommendations. In my review and analysis of DEU's class of cost of service, I have identified several issues that I deem require comments. Splitting the transportation service TS class into 3 subclasses, using design day versus peak day in the class cost of service, and the peak demand responsibilities for interruptible customers. hybrid allocation factor 230 of 60% design day and 40% throughput, and some other issues. DEU proposed to split the TS class into 3 subclasses with different levels of annual usage. The points of separation between the subclasses were chosen manually using a scatter plot of custom load factors and annual usage. The division concurs with DEU. DEU's proposed splitting of the TS class for 2 reasons. First, DEU's cost of services study demonstrates the existence of significant intra-class subsidies with the smaller TS customers subsidizing the larger customers. Second, the division performed a t-test for the difference of the means for the subclasses, which showed that the average usage for the TSS class is significantly different from that of the TSM class. And the average usage for the TSM class is significantly different from that of TSL class. Similarly, the division performed a Kruskal-Wallis one-way ANOVA by ranks. Kruskal, K-R-U-S-K-A-L, Wallis, one-way ANOVA by ranks, which indicated that at least one median load factor is significantly different from the others. Therefore, given the intra-class subsidy and the statistical analysis, there is support for the 3 subclasses proposed by the EDU. Splitting the class into smaller subclasses allows for more refined allocation and rate design within the class, which better reflects cost causation and mitigates subsidies. Regarding the choice of using design day versus actual peak day for cost allocation, the division prefers using actual peak day because of several reasons. Number 1, the actual peak day is based on the actual known usage of the customers on the system and is better reflection of the benefits derived by those customers. Number 2, design day rarely happens. Number 3, there is no record evidence about the incremental cost of design day system components versus peak day components. 4, the actual peak day is consistent with previous commission order on cost allocation. For example, in Docket number 97-035-04, the Commission held, among other things, that the basis of cost apportionment is cost causation reflecting characteristics of current rather than historical usage. This is traditional meaning given to the cost causation principle. Close quote. In the present case, current rather than design usage is consistent with the principle of cost causation and should be used as the basis of cost allocation. Number 5, design day is useful for designing the system, but inadequate for allocating costs, which should be allocated based on usage. Because the actual peak day varies considerably, the division proposes the use of a three-year average of actual peak day, using the 3 years most recent years. This smooths the variability from year to year and promotes stability. When it comes to the hybrid allocation factor 230, the division believes that it should be calculated based on the average and peak demand method. This method is a weighted blend of a measure of total volume or usage, such as an annual throughput, and a measure of maximum volume on a given day, such as actual peak day or design day. The issue here, there are two issues here, and they are what measures of the total volume and maximum volume should be used, and what weights should these measures be given. As I explained earlier, the division believes that the most appropriate measure of maximum volume is the 3-year average actual peak day. The division also believes that the most appropriate measure of total volume is what I termed as Utah total decatherms, which includes the volumes of Lakeside Power Plant. We include Lakeside Power Plant because of the system load factor, which I will explain later. The system load factor requires the use of system volume values, and Lakeside is part of the system. Regarding the weights to be assigned to different measures, we first determine the weight associated with the measure of total volume or usage. Then the weight of the measure of maximum volume would be 1 minus the weight of the measure of the total volume. According to Nail Gas Distribution Rate Design Manual, the weight associated with the measure of total volume or usage is the system load factor, which is the ratio of the average volume and the maximum volume. The value of the system load factor depends on what measure of annual volume and what measure of maximum volume are used. The possible measures for the annual volume are the 2023 throughput and the Utah total decatherm, and the possible measures for the maximum volume are the 2023 design day and 3-year average actual peak day. The division believes that the appropriate combination of measures to be used in the calculation of the system load factor are the 3-year average actual peak day and Utah total decatherm. Using these measures, the system load factor becomes approximately 58%. This makes the hybrid factor 58% Utah total decatherm and 42% 3-year average actual peak day. However, this represents a significant departure from the current approach that a shift to it should occur gradually. In addition, it will result in allocations considerably deviating from the way they have been made in the past. To mitigate this impact, the division proposes the use of 3-year average actual peak day and the 2023 throughput combination to calculate the system load factor. This makes the system load factor equal to 46% approximately, and the hybrid factor 46% throughput and 54% 3-year average actual peak day. This better balances the actual use of the system and its benefits with the measures intended to properly allocate the cost of items used in the allocation factor. Finally, regarding the rate spread, the division concurs with DEU to move each class except the TBF to pay its respective full cost of service. However, because the division proposed the use of 3-year average peak day instead of design day for the cost of service model, and the resulting hybrid factor of factor 230. The resulting rate spread will deviate from that of DEU. The division used DEU's filed class cost of service model without incorporating DPU's proposed revenue requirement adjustments. The Commission will need to apply DPU's modified allocation factor to DEU's filed model after making any revenue requirement adjustments in order to ascertain the rate spread. Finally, the division proposed allocation factors will impact the TSL class substantially. The division proposes to apply the principle of gradualism to bring the revenues of the TSL class equal to their cost of service, provided that the total cost to the transportation classes is the same and no other classes are affected. And that concludes my summary.
Thank you. Dr. Abdullah is available for cross-examination questions and questions from the Commission.
Thank you. I'll go to Mr. Moore first. Do you have questions for Dr. Abdullah?
No questions for Dr. Abdullah.
Okay, thank you. I'll go to Dominion next.
Thanks, I just have a couple. Good morning.
Good morning.
I believe you said this, but I want to make sure that you would agree that the costs incurred for designing and building the service, or I'm sorry, the company system are based upon a design date. Would you agree with that?
The cost of
constructing the company system?
Yes.
And would you agree that if the actual throughput were very low one winter, those costs would not change? Is that correct?
No, they will not change.
And if it were a very, very cold winter, the costs still would not change?
They would not change.
That's all I have.
Thank you. Major Buchanan?
No questions, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Russell?
I do have some questions. Good morning, Dr. Abdullah. I'm going to return in your direct testimony to line 116, please. So in your direct testimony, you explain why the division prefers to use the actual peak day factor rather than the design day factor. And there's two places on this page where you kind of lay out the reasons for that. And one of them is here starting on line 116, and you say, in short, the design day is an estimated number for the future. The actual peak day is an actual number from the past. Then I'll have you look down at line 123, the next answer. The division prefers using actual peak day over design day because the actual peak day is based on the actual known usage of the customers on the system and is a better reflection of the benefits derived by those customers. Explain to me why you say that the actual peak day is based on actual known usage and is an actual number from the past.
Well, actually,
Yeah, unfortunately, the angle here means that you're going to have to face away from me while you answer it. Sorry.
the actual peak day is based on the usage. I mean, that's why we were saying it's actual. That's what has been used. And I don't understand what you're getting at. That question. That's what it is. The way the word itself explains itself.
Well, but the actual peak day factor is also based on an estimate of usage on a single day, just like the design day factor is, correct?
To a certain extent, yes.
Okay. So when you say it's an actual number from the past, it's in fact, to a certain extent, an estimated number from the past, right?
It is mostly actual usage and plus some estimated portion of it.
The portion of it that's actual usage is the portion that comes from those with telemetry meters, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So the actual peak day is in fact a mixture of actual historical usage and estimated usage, right?
Correct.
Looking at your testimony on the same page, starting at line 125, you say that design day is a theoretical worst case scenario that rarely, if ever, happens. And I want to pause there because that was a point you also made in your summary. While it is a scenario that rarely, if ever, happens, is it the division's position that the company is prudent in designing its system to address a potential design day?
I think the company is prudent in designing that thing based on design day.
In what is your understanding of what would happen if the company did not design to a design day and we had a design day?
There would be a possibility of not serving some customers in a bad day.
And for the most part, those customers that would not be served are the sales customers, correct?
Mostly.
Okay. And those are the ones that rely on gas for heat, right?
Yes.
Okay. The next sentence here, continuing on, you say, it is useful for designing this system, but inadequate for allocating costs according to actual system usage and benefits. I want to focus on the first part of that. Why do you say it is useful for designing the system?
So that we make sure that no customer is out of gas when it's badly needed.
Right, so that those who rely on gas for heat when it is very cold outside can use the system to get gas for heat, right?
Correct.
Okay. And I guess I'm curious why, if it's prudent for the company to design a system that way, you believe it is improper to allocate costs based on who would use the system as it is designed.
Okay. I'm making a distinction between the way the system should be designed and the way the cost should be allocated. The cost allocation is based on usage in my testimony and in my mind. And that's not something that is new proposal that we are coming up with here. The commission ordered that way previously in docket number, I think, 97-035-04. They what do you call it? Ordered it that way. And in my summary, I think I stated that statement.
Let's talk about that order that you're referencing. That's a 1997 Pacific Corp docket, right?
Correct.
And it was an order adopting an interjurisdictional cost allocation method, right?
Correct.
And we solved that problem for all time and don't have to think about it anymore, right? But I'm going to try to summarize what I understand to have been the issue there, and you can tell me if I'm wrong. That order addressed a situation where you were merging the east side and the west side systems, and there was a proposal by the utility to allocate the costs of those assets that had been previously built to serve the east side. And they said, well, the costs that had been built to serve the east side should only be allocated to the east side customers, regardless of how they will be used going forward. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And then the commission in its order said, no, we're going to allocate the system resources to those based on not based on some historical usage of those resources, but rather on how the resources are used going forward, right?
Correct.
Okay. I'm going to have you actually turn. You have access to that exhibit, that order, and it is DPU exhibit 4.01 SR. Is that right? Okay, great. I'm going to have you turn to page 13.
Oh, that would be good.
Yes. No, of that order of the exhibit.
I have the whole thing. I just have the 2 pages that I filed with my testimony.
If I may approach the witness, I can provide him with a copy of the entire order. And this is the order that was attached to your testimony.
13.
There.
Okay. I want to look at the first 2 sentences of that last paragraph, starting "we conclude." You see that?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. It says, "We conclude that the basis of cost apportionment is cost causation, reflecting the characteristics of current rather than historical usage. This is the traditional meaning given the cost causation principle." Now, that essentially is the kind of the boiling the commission's order down is what you're relying on to say that it ought to be based on actual usage rather than design day. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. But the design day factor isn't a measure of historical usage of the system, correct?
The design day factor
Right.
is not the historical usage. Now is that?
That's my question. Yeah.
No, it's not, and it can be also.
Not sure I understood that. It is. You say it's not a measure of how the system was used in the past, correct?
Yeah, it's a measure of how the system was designed to start with.
But it's a measure of how the system will be used under certain conditions, and those conditions were what drove the design, right?
Correct.
But it is a measure of how the system will be used going forward, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And I mean, I had the conversation with Mr. Summers earlier about the inputs that might change, and I think he indicated that the average usage by each customer may change, and that would change the input into that model. The number of customers, number of sales customers will change those inputs. I assume you were here for all of that.
Yes.
Okay. And do you disagree with him that that's how the model is used?
I don't disagree with the inputs he mentioned.
Okay.
I don't disagree with the inputs that he mentioned are used in the factor.
I'm sorry, could you repeat the end of that sentence? I couldn't hear it.
I said I do not disagree with the inputs that Mr. Summers mentioned are used in the model, in the factor, in the calculation of the factor.
Thank you.
So the design day factor is not some static look at how the system has been used sometime in the past, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And I think I'm done now with the order, and I want to go back to your rebuttal testimony, if we could. I'd like you to go to line 106 of your rebuttal.
Down there.
I want to focus on the sentence that starts a couple of words in there. In addition, the use of design day distorts the cost allocation in favor of high load factor customers at the expense of the low load factor customers. And I want to ask, why is it that you believe that? I'm curious about the word distorts there. Why is it you believe there's a distortion that occurs if we're using the costs that were incurred to design the system rather than some other measure?
If we use the design day, most of the cost, more cost would be a high proportion of the cost will be pushed towards the low load factor customers. That's what I intend to say there.
So the use of the word distorts is just reflects your preference for using the actual peak day rather than the design day rather than something else, right?
No.
Okay, I still don't understand why it's a distortion of the cost allocation in favor of one versus the other. That is the result. I agree with you that the result of using design day does show that more costs would be allocated to low load factor customers. But why do you say that's a distortion?
Because in earlier discussions in my testimony, I've been discussing the choice between the design day and the actual peak day. And I concluded that the actual peak day is the proper one to be used in.
Okay, wait.
The actual peak day, in earlier discussion, in my testimony, I've been discussing the choice between the design day and the actual peak day. And I concluded that the actual peak day is the proper one. So when you deviate from the one we are proposing as being the proper one, then you are distorting the results. That's how we are saying, like, deviating from the actual peak day and relying on design day is distorting the results.
Okay, thank you for that. Give me just a moment, if you would, please. I want to talk about the average and peak, or peak and average cost allocation method. Both the division and my client UAE propose to use the peak and average method. We just have different ways of implementing it, right?
Correct.
Okay. Using the peak and average method ensures that at least some portion of the costs that are classified as demand or capacity are allocated based on annual usage, right?
Correct.
Okay, so while those costs are incurred to ensure continued service at the peak, we're allocating based on usage that is not at the peak, right?
Yes.
Okay, and so by using the peak and average method, we're already allocating some cost to interruptible volumes, for instance, right?
Correct.
Okay. So, I mean, tell me why that doesn't satisfy your concern about ensuring that we allocate costs based on how the system is used.
Say that again.
Yeah, I'll give it a little more context. Your preference for the use of the actual peak day, as I understand it, is based on a desire to have the cost of the system allocated based on how the system is actually used rather than how it was designed. And my question is, well, we're using this allocation factor that includes annual throughput in some form or another, which, as we said, is a measure of how the costs of the system are used. And so I'm wondering why the use of the average and peak factor doesn't address your concerns about allocating costs based on how the system is used.
It does. It does resolve some of my concerns, but not all of it. It's not enough. I think that given the fact that the interruptible customers are not interrupting and using it and benefiting from the system all the time, then they should be paying a portion of that cost.
Okay, thank you. Give me just a moment. I think I don't have any questions for you any further. Thank you.
Thank you.
Dr. Billy.
Okay, I think we'll go ahead and take a break at this point, and we'll start with Mr. Meek, and when we come back, why don't we take till 1:30? of Dr. Abdullah. Mr. Meekum, you're next.
Thank you. Dr. Abdullah, I want to go back to something you addressed with Mr. Russell. The Commission's order from 1997, which is poetry to me, actually. As you read it, I really enjoyed that. But you talk about cost causation, and you want matters to be current rather than historical usage. Remember that quote?
Yes.
So, in your testimony, you ask yourself on line 112 of your direct, yes, 112, and it's a simple question. What is actual peak day?
Actual peak day is the coincident peak.
Well, you answer it and you say the actual day, the actual peak day is.
I'm sorry, the court reporter didn't get the word coincident.
Oh. But you say in the answer, the actual peak day is a historical number that shows how much gas was used on the system during the highest send-out day of the year. You continue below that on line 116. You compare the design day to peak day, and you say the design day is an estimated number for the future, and the actual peak day is an actual number from the past.
Correct, I said that.
Thank you. So, in the context of the Commission's 1997 case order, isn't it more accurate to say that the actual peak day is historical and that design day is more like the current because it's quantifiable before us today?
When I'm referring to historical rather than actual, the way it was done in the, the 97 case was, the commission was, the way I understood the commission order is, they were saying like, before the two systems were combined, the costs over there were for those guys, and those guys were for the East. And they were saying, we gotta have it. So the thing is, the commission was saying like, forget about that, we're gonna do it the way the system is used in this combined fashion of the two systems.
But in this case, you've taken historical usage. You've taken 3 recent historical years, and you've taken that actual peak day, and that's what you're proposing to use in your allocator as opposed to the design day, correct?
Correct.
So it almost takes you back to the years or the rate cases where the commission used historical test periods, as opposed to this one, where we're looking forward in the last day of the test periods, December 31st, 2023, correct?
Correct in a sense.
In a sense. But you're using historical usage for future application. You're applying it in a future way, or in the future, in a way that we used to do historical test periods, which really nobody does anymore. My point is that isn't it more accurate to take the design day that's quantifiable before us now, and it's the reason, or it's the way that the company organized and built its system, rather than looking back and guessing? I know you try to average it out, but you're still going back and looking and trying to impose it on a future test time.
Okay, let me explain what I intend to do here. The test year actual peak is what should be used. However, and that's not that's historical, but that's what the test year, where everything, all the data is based on. So the reason we're using those historical 3 years is we are recognizing the fact that the actual peak day, which is the test year peak day, is fluctuating considerably, and we're trying to smooth out those. That's why we're using the average and using the 3 years.
But the actual peak day doesn't come from the test period. It comes from a historical time.
Depends on which actual peak day you use. For instance, the office here is using the test year actual peak day. So it depends on how you define it.
But it seems to me that you're using an historical year in the future, as opposed to using current data from the design day to actually determine how costs should be allocated.
The reason I'm using the 3 years, which are historical numbers, is, as I explained it, just to remove the fluctuations, the variability within the actual peak day.
What was that? I'm so sorry. Just for what? Was that explained just
to remove the variability in the actual peak day. If that smoothing I was using is not appropriate, if the 3 year average is not appropriate, we stand by the actual peak day using the last year.
I guess my concern with the actual peak day is you're using it from a prior historical period. When you have design day information before you that is current and more in line with the Commission's 97 order and more in line with what I view as what you're attempting to do.
The reason, there are several reasons that I outlined, about 5 reasons that I outlined why we're using the design day. But the thing is, when we're allocating these things, there are several ways we can look. Cost causation is one of those ways we can look at which one to use. And we define it based on the 97 that the proper cost causation is the usage and things like that. Another thing is that another principle that could be used is the benefits provided, like they are doing it in the FERC transmission things, allocation costs, which are based on benefits. And in this case, benefits would be similar to the usage that we are using.
I understand more or less what you've done. What I guess I'm suggesting is the way you've done it is a weaker position than using known design day information to do the allocation. But I don't think you and I are going to agree on that in the next few minutes. So thank you. I think that's all I have.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Meekum.
No questions.
Nelson?
Thank you. Just a couple. Good afternoon, Dr. Abdullah.
Good afternoon.
My name is Thor Nelson. We haven't met before, I don't think. I'm representing the Utah Asphalt Pavement Association in this proceeding. As I look at your testimony, and we've had a number of council discuss these issues, I want to focus first on just some simple questions about the 2 major areas of conversation, the use of the design day versus the actual day, and then the issue of how to weight the sort of the throughput versus the peak loads. I'm just going to cover those 2 areas quickly. Relative to the design day, actual day issue, the only question I had was relating to a topic that was discussed by Mr. Summers earlier today. Am I correct that you were in the hearing room Mr. Summers testified?
Yes.
Do you recall that he was asked a question about what was happening and this was in regards to, if you want to refer to it, the cross exhibit DPU1, which was the chart. And Mr. Summers was asked a question about the differences between the customers who were using the system when the weather is relatively warmer as compared to when the weather is colder and you might approach the design day usage. And his testimony, as I was taking notes of that, said that when you were getting colder, those last sort of increments of usage would most likely be what he referred to as the low load factor customers. And he specifically called out the residential customers, for example, because the high load factor customers, on average, will tend to be using their gas at a pretty consistent level year round, regardless of the temperature. Do you recall that testimony, sir?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And my question to you is there anything about Mr. Summers' testimony on that point that you disagreed with?
The fact that the last portion, the final peak portion, the residentials and people like that are using more. I don't disagree with that.
Okay, thank you. Can I please ask you now to take a look at your direct testimony? And in particular, I'll call your attention to page 9 of that testimony. That's exhibit DPU 4.0. Let me know when you're at page 9.
I am there.
Okay. In this portion of your testimony, as I understand it, you're discussing the relative weighting of throughput versus peak. Do you recall that, sir?
What portion are you?
Oh, I'm sorry. And let me perhaps be more precise. So there's a specific question that starts at the bottom of page 8, just for context, where you are commenting on the utility's proposed hybrid allocation factor. Do you see that, sir?
Uh-huh.
Okay, and the allocation factor we're talking about here is the weighting of throughput versus peak, the 60-40 or other proposals. Do you recall that?
Uh-huh.
Okay. And what I wanted to focus on is a portion of your answer to that question, which was on page 9, starting at line 183. You state the 60%/40% weighting employed by DEU has resulted in reasonable rates in the past and may still do so. Do you see that, sir?
Yes, I do.
And is that testimony still valid today?
Yes, it's still valid today, but that's not the best thing. That's not what I'm recommending.
Sure, but would it be fair to say, I'm just sort of reading into a close second, perhaps? Okay. Can we please now take a look at your direct testimony at page 12?
When you said close second,
oh,
what does that mean?
Oh, sorry, that's a colloquialism. Like
You mean
a close second choice. It's not your preferred, but it's a close second choice that may still be reasonable.
No.
No. Okay. Well, then maybe I need to back up a second. So when you say that the 60-40 methodology has resulted in reasonable rates in the past and may still do so, what do you mean by that?
This has been going on. I mean, the 60-40 weighting was going on for a long time, and the system was functioning properly. So we don't think it is absolute disaster to go on with it. So that's what I mean. It's reasonable, but it's not the most reasonable one that we should be going for.
Okay, appreciate that. Let's take a look at page 12. And if I could call and let me know when you're there, sir.
I am there.
All right. As I understood your testimony, in page 12, and this is actually a continuation from the page before and after, but you present a series of alternative allocation methodologies and approaches, and ultimately the one that you recommend to the commission is presented on page 12 at table 7, which you label as option B. Do I understand your position correctly?
Correct.
Okay. And if you go, there is sorry, if you go to line 247 on page 13. Are you there, sir?
Yes.
All right. This is where you state that method B is your preferred option. And then at line 247, do you see your testimony? It does this without a significant shock to the allocations as they have been made in the past. Do you see that, sir?
Yes.
Okay. I want to understand what you mean by that. Do I understand your testimony to mean that adopting your methodology does not create in your mind, I'll use the word rate shock, to any one particular class? Is that the shock that you are referring to in that sentence?
No, it's a comparative term here I'm using. Options B and option D were the options that I was considering. Option D is the one I prefer, and but that is giving us a big shock compared to this one. So to minimize or to alleviate that shock, I'm using this one.
And okay, and so a couple of things. By shock, do you mean what is oftentimes referred to as rate shock, or is there a different shock that you're referring to?
A substantial increase in the percentage, i.e., the revenue change will be too much. That's what I'm saying.
And too much, why? Because the rate changes too much, or some other reason?
The rate will change too much when the revenue you have to collect goes high.
Okay. And is that what is sometimes referred to in these proceedings, in your experience, as rate shock? Or do you see rate shock as something different from what the term is you're just describing?
You can call it that way, but I don't know where to draw a line between shock and not shock. But
Okay.
You can say that there is substantial change.
Okay. So, do you have in front of you, by chance, the rebuttal testimony of Mr. Summers for Dominion?
Yes, I do.
For the record, that's DEU Exhibit 4.0R.
Yes, I have it in front of me.
Okay. Could I please... Sorry, lost my page number. Give me just a moment, please. I'll direct you to the right spot. Okay. Could I please ask you to look at page 7 of that testimony?
I'm there.
You're there. And then, do you see at line 170, Mr. Summers asks, how much difference does it make in the overall cost of service results when the weighting options from the other parties are used? Do you see that, sir?
Yes, I do.
And then on the next page, on page 8, there is a table at the top labeled DEU, 60% design date, 40% throughput. Do you see that, sir?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And would you agree with me that that table represents the utilities' proposed cost allocation and revenue spread?
The first table, yes.
Yes. And then the second table is labeled DPU Abdullah, 54% average peak day, 46% throughput. Do you see that, sir?
Yes, I do.
And does that table correctly capture the option B that the division is recommending in this proceeding?
I have to compare it to mine to say correctly, but I will take it as it is.
Okay. So subject to check, could we
Yes.
agree that that's what your recommendation is?
Yes.
Okay. And so I just want to understand the impacts to customer classes as reflected here. So, for example, if you look at the IS class, the utilities proposed revenue allocation and cost allocation method would yield a 8.06% reduction for that class. Do you see that, sir?
Yes.
Your recommendation would yield a 48.52% increase for that class.
Correct.
Is that correct?
Correct.
So if you sort of take the absolute value, if you would, of those two figures, that's a spread of some 56% difference in the rate change, correct?
Correct.
And would you consider a 56% change? Does that meet your definition of the word shock as you used it in your testimony?
Yeah, that's a substantial change.
Okay. And then similarly, if you look at TSL as another example, the company's proposal would result in a 61.98% increase. Do you see that?
Yes.
And the division's recommendation would be 103.71%, correct?
Correct.
Would you agree with me that that 42% difference is also substantial?
Correct.
Okay. The last thing I want to discuss with you then is some testimony that you had. Can you please pull up your rebuttal testimony in this proceeding, which we'll move back to that. Okay. If you have that in front of you, I'm going to ask you some questions about line 198, which you can find on page 9 of that testimony.
And
okay. In this portion of your rebuttal testimony, you have a discussion about the concept of gradualism. Do you see that, sir?
yes, I do.
Okay. And I take it from your testimony here, and I'll call your attention in particular to line 203. You state the division would not oppose a phased-in approach provided the total cost to the transportation classes is the same. Do you see that, sir?
Yes.
In this portion of your testimony where you discuss a phased-in approach, are you referring to something like the 3-year phased-in approach that had been done previously for this utility by the commission? Is that the phase-in you're talking about?
I did not specifically identify how soon to get to the full cost of service. What I intend here is to get to the full cost of service. So my testimony is not specifically identifying, but I have an idea about what it should be, how soon we should get there.
And what is that idea, sir? What would be the division's recommendation for the period of time over which you would recommend a phase-in of the cost allocation and revenue allocation implications?
Basically, I would say that we should move towards cost of service 30% in this case, and then move the rest 70% by the next rate case or the rate case after that. So probably 6 years or 3 years, either one.
So do I take it by that the division would oppose this sort of automatic movement over a 3-year period to get from here to the end point, and would instead recommend, if I understood you correctly, a partial movement in this case, and then no movement until an unknown future rate case is filed and decided?
No, that's not what I said, but we don't oppose that we get to full cost of service by next rate case filing. But that has to start now, that we move now, 1/3, sometime in the middle before the 3 years is over, another 1/3, and finally we get to full cost by the next rate case.
Okay, so something like a 3-year transition plan, it sounds like, would not be anathema to you. Is that fair?
I don't understand what you mean by that because I said 3 years.
Okay, very good.
3 years, so that by next rate case we are at full cost.
All right. So in doing that, I just want to make sure that I understand the implications of your recommendation relative to the transportation customers in particular. So, and I guess maybe an easy way to go back to this, if you could go back to, at your pleasure, either let's just go to your testimony. Let's go back to the direct testimony with the page 12 with the table that contains your sort of recommendation.
Page 12? Page 12? Okay, I'm there.
Okay, so I just want to make sure that I understand the implications of what your recommendation would look like. So in the transportation classes, it's been divided up into the TSS for the small, TSM, and the TSL for the medium and large. Do you see that, sir?
Yes.
Okay. So if we go with the phase-in approach and we keep the effects of that within the transportation class, do I understand your recommendation to have the impact of the following? That in the first 1/3 step, the TSS and the TSM class would be allocated and pay higher rates than you would otherwise recommend them to pay in order to bring the TSL increase down to a smaller level. So you would shift dollars from the TSL into the TSS and TSM buckets, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then, so in the first year, TSS, TSM go up relative to what they would otherwise be. TSL is a slightly smaller number. And then, if I understand this correctly, in subsequent years, again, to keep it balanced, the TSL would go up, and the TSS and TSM would go down to get closer and closer to the recommended final outcome. Is that correct?
I'm not sure what you said this last one.
Okay, so then this is what I'm just trying to make sure I understand how this works. So your recommendation is that this gradualism gets contained entirely within the transportation segment. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, so that means it has to be a zero-sum game between those classes, right?
Correct.
Okay, so if I understand your suggestion, in order to ramp up to get to the TSL ultimate increase in steps, you're going to have to start by having lower revenues from TSL, meaning you're going to have higher revenues from TSS and TSM than would be the case if we went straight to the cost of service outcome. Right?
Correct.
Right. And then once you do that, after that first year, in year 2, you're going to start getting more money from TSL because you're going to keep moving their rate up. And because they move up, and it's a zero-sum game, the other two classes in year 2 will now go down. Is that correct?
Down from where? That's the question.
So down from where they are after year 1.
I'm not sure. I have to do the calculations. What I see here, and I can tell you without looking at numbers, is this: we need to bring the TSL up here gradually. So up until they get where they have to be, they are paying less. Up to, and that portion that they are paying less will be covered by the other two subclasses. That's what I'm saying. So whether it's the first cut or third cut or second cut.
I'm sorry. Covered by the two other subclasses that are lost here.
I didn't hear you.
It will be covered by the other two subclasses.
So
So
whether it's the first round or the second round or the third round, that's the way it should be.
Right. So what I'm trying to make sure I understand, though, is that so everyone understands the implications of your recommendation. If TSL is under collecting, that means that TSS and TSM must be over collecting to compensate, right?
Yes.
And then in the second year, as you get more money from TSL, that means you now need less money from TSS and TSM, right?
Yes.
So that means that in year two, after going up for 1 year, in year two, those two classes will then go down because that revenue is being made up by a further increase by the TSL class, right?
Correct.
And then in year three, it happens again. The TSL goes up now to the ultimate level of the proposed final outcome, and the TSS and TSM go down to then actually what is the end up in the result as in your proposal, a negative 12% outcome for TSS and a 35.69% for TSM, right?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. I have no further questions of the witness.
Can I say a word?
Sure. The witness has more to say.
Sorry. Without the calculating the numbers, the point I'm trying to make is to ultimately get to the full cost of service for all of these three. That's all I have to say.
And I appreciate that. But all I'm trying to see if I understand is that the implications of that is for the TSL class, they have 3 years of increase. And for the TSS and TSM, they have 1 year of increase and then 2 years of decreases, so that at the end of the day, everybody gets back to the outcome that you're recommending. That's how your gradualism suggestion would work.
Correct.
Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate that clarification, and that's all the questions I have.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nelson. Mr. Min, do you have any redirect for Mr. Dr. Abdullah?
Very limited. So, during your time on the stand and in the testimony that has been filed and the summaries that have been given today, parties have repeatedly referred to design day costs. Do you know how much design day costs are?
No, I don't know. And in the record, there's no evidence in the record telling us what that is or telling us what the difference between a system designed to meet the design day or the system designed to meet the actual peak day, what the difference in costs would be. There's nothing in the record about that.
You were asked many questions about why the division was advocating a peak method. Why do you advocate a peak method that isn't a design day when design day causes some costs?
In this proceeding, a lot have been said as dealing with the principle of allocating a lot about the cost causation. We, the division, referred to the 97 case, which was saying the proper cost causation is using the usage system. But that's not the only one principle that should be used. Benefits are also another principle that should be used. And I was, as I indicated to an answer to one of the questions I was asking, the FERC allocates their system, their transmission system based on benefits rather than the way the system was designed originally. So those are the reasons. And if we try to decide to allocate based on the design day, the problem with that is we don't know what the design day cost is. And if we try to allocate it based on something we do not know, we don't know where it's going to go. So we don't want to create unintended consequences basing things on something we have no clue of what it is.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you, Ms. Schmidt. Why don't those of you who have recrossed indicate to me and we'll figure out which order to go. Just Mr. Russell, no one else? Okay, go ahead.
Dr. Abdul, I have a follow-up question on that last point. You indicated in response to your counsel's question that you want to allocate costs based on the benefits. Earlier, you and I had a conversation about why it is useful to design the system consistent with this design day scenario. And I'm just wondering, if you allocate the costs of the system based on actual peak or 3-year average of actual peak, how are you allocating the cost of the unused capacity on the system, which I understand from your discussion earlier primarily benefits sales customers?
A lot has been said in this case about how would those different volumes or costs should be different. We don't know exactly what those costs are. The cost between a system designed to meet the design day and the cost of a system designed to meet the, what do you call it, average cost day, average day, peak day. We don't know that. But the thing is that if we do that, the proper way to deal with that is dealing with at the rate design level rather than the cost of service analysis.
I'll admit I don't know that I truly followed that, but let me just kind of get to kind of the core of my point. Do you agree that all customers on the system benefit from having a system designed to meet the capacity that would be needed on a design day?
Yes.
Okay. And based on the expected usage of the system on the actual peak day versus the design day, isn't it true that the biggest difference is how the sales customers use the system on those two different days, right?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, right. And on a design day, the sales customers are expected to use the system, much more of the capacity of the system than they do on the peak day in 2021 or the last 3 years, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so isn't it true then that the building the system for a design day primarily benefits the sales customers?
It benefits all users of the system.
Sure, yeah, I won't dispute that point, but the incremental capacity difference between building it for, say, an actual peak day versus building a system for the design day, largely the difference there is to accommodate firm sales customers, yes?
Yes, that's the difference.
Okay, and so if there is a benefit to having that additional capacity, my question to you is, how do we allocate that benefit to having that capacity available if what we're doing is allocating costs based on how the system is used, in your example, in the three years of the actual peak day, or in the 2021 example, how do we allocate that benefit of having the system being there if we're not accounting for it?
We're not saying we're not accounting for it. We're saying what we're dealing here with, what we're mixing is how to recover the costs. I mean, how much of the cost should be recovered and how to allocate the costs. They are, in my mind, two separate things. So here in this issue, we're dealing with how it should be allocated among the customer classes. And we think that it should be allocated based on usage rather than the design day for the reasons I mentioned earlier.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Russell. Commissioner Allen, do you have any questions for Dr. Abdullah?
I do not, thank you.
Commissioner Clark?
Yeah, I just have a very basic question, I think, but I want to make sure it's been implicit, I think, in the discussion. But if we look at table 7 on page 12 of your revised direct. Right.
I'm there.
Okay. So if we look at the revenue column, the DNG revenue column, and we look at these are dollars, I assume, and if we add the revenues for TSS, TSM, and TSL, and if those revenues are all recovered, are these classes then, or is the TS, if we look at the TS class together, is that class then recovering its costs fully?
Yes, in the last rate case, there was a proposal, there was an order to move costs of the TS to their full cost.
Right.
And that has been done. So,
and I want to make sure we continue to achieve that if we do what the tables describe here, particularly your table, and you're telling me we do.
Correct. Yeah,
okay.
We do.
Okay. Thank you. That's my only question.
Thank you. I just want to make sure I'm understanding your position. So tell me if I'm mistaken about this. I think I'm hearing, especially in this last cross-examination with Mr. Russell, you're saying that a benefits-based cost allocation is your preference to a cost causation based. Am I repeating that correctly, or are you saying the benefits is another way to reflect cost causation?
It's another way to reflect it. So it's both. It's a combination of the two, and both of them are leading to the same thing. The cost causation is saying it should be allocated based on usage, and the benefit based is similar in this case for usage.
So you use the analogy of the FERC transmission cost allocation based on benefits. You view that as a cost causation, cost allocation?
No, the FERC allocation is doing it based on benefits, and that is similar to using usage in this case.
Okay.
So both the
benefits. Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
Finish now.
So the cost causation that we were referring to, that was based on the Rocky Mountain Power case 97,
okay,
is boiling down to allocating based on usage. And the similarity I'm drawing with the FERC is saying like cost causation is not the only way to look, but also benefits are another way to look at it. And the benefits in this situation is similar to the usage.
Okay, so tell me if I'm understanding what you just said correctly. I think what I heard you say is you're not saying that the FERC benefits cost allocation is a cost causation, but you're saying that in this case, a benefits based, while having some similarities to the FERC system, is a cost causation based.
Yes, and both of them, whether we use the cost causation or we use the benefit aspect, what we are saying is that usage should be the basis of the allocation.
Thank you. That helps my understanding.
You're welcome.
All right. Thank you for your testimony this morning and this afternoon.
Thank you.
Anything else from the Division of Public Utilities?
Nothing further from the division. Thank you.
Mayor,
Yes.
I have Mr. Curtis Chisholm here. I've talked to the other parties. We could take him today, right now, and probably get him on and off quite quickly.
Okay, and no one else objects to that?
I don't think so.
No, Mr. Moore?
No, but we would ask that the OCS witness code acts. It's a more logical way to proceed.
And then Mr. Chisholm after your witness?
No, after Mr.
Oh,
Chisholm.
after Mr. Chisholm. Okay. Any disagreement with that? Okay, Mr. Meekum?
Thank you. ANGC calls Mr. Curtis Chisholm.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chisholm.
Good afternoon.
You swear to tell the truth?
I do.
Chisholm, you're going to want to stay close to that microphone. Could you state your name and business address for the record, please?
Yes, my name is. Can you hear me? No? Push there. Okay. My name is Curtis Chisholm. My business address is 201 South Main Street, floor 20, Salt Lake City, Utah.
Thank you. And please state your name and place of employment.
My place of employment is Integrated Energy Companies and its subsidiary, Summit Energy, and I am the Chief Executive Officer.
Whom are you appearing today?
I am here appearing for the American Natural Gas Association, also known as ANGC.
Did you prepare or have prepared under your supervision and have filed in this proceeding direct testimony that we've marked as ANGC 1 with ANGC 1.1 through 1.3 attached and rebuttal testimony marked as ANGC 1R?
Yes.
You have a short summary of your testimony.
I do.
Go ahead and give it, please.
ANGC supports Dominion's proposal to separate the transportation service class into 3 subclasses, small, medium, and large. In Dominion's last rate case, ANGC witness Bruce Oliver illustrated how TS customers using fewer than 3,500 decatherms per year were providing a rate of return to Dominion's system of 9.11%, where TS customers using more than 35,000 decatherms per year were only providing a return of 0.75% or less than 1%. It was clear that the smaller TS customers were subsidizing the larger TS customers. Mr. Oliver recommended dividing the TS class in that case to address that iniquity, but the Commission did not accept his proposal and instead ordered the parties to study the TS class issues in a separate investigatory docket. Interested parties spent a year investigating those issues. ANGC believes Dominion's proposal to divide the class in this proceeding is a fair and reasonable outcome based on that investigation. In his rebuttal testimony in this proceeding, ANGC witness Tim Oliver found the subsidy of the large TS customers by smaller TS customers persists and needs to be addressed. Those results are in Table 3 of Mr. Oliver's rebuttal testimony, and I defer questions about that to him. ANGC encourages the Commission to adopt Dominion's recommendations to divide the TS class in order to begin to move rates closer to the cost of service and to give these smaller TS customers some rate relief. This concludes my summary.
Thank you, Mr. Chisholm. We move the admission of ANGC 1, ANGC 1.1 through 1.3, and ANGC 1R into the record.
Please indicate if anyone objects to that motion. Not seeing any objections, so it's granted.
Thank you. Mr. Chisholm is available for cross-examination.
Okay, I'll go to Ms. Nelson Clark first. Do you have any questions for Mr. Sadie? Okay, I'll go to Ms. Schmidt next.
The division also has no questions.
Thank you. Mr. Moore?
No questions, thank you.
Mr. Buchanan?
No questions, thank you.
Mr. Russell?
No questions, thank you.
Mr. Cook?
No questions.
Mr. Nelson?
No questions, thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Clark?
I have no questions, but thank you for being here, Mr. Chisholm.
Mr. Allen?
No questions, thank you.
And I don't think I have any either. So thank you for your testimony in this docket. We appreciate what you filed with us. And we're going to Mr. Moore now. Is that right?
Yes. The office calls James Daniels to the stand and asks that he be sworn.
Good afternoon, Mr. Daniel.
Good afternoon.
Do you swear to tell the truth?
Yes.
Thank you.
Please state and spell your name for the record.
My name is James Daniel.
On whose behalf are you testifying today?
On behalf of the Office of Consumer Services.
On September 15, 2022, did you prepare and cause to be filed direct testimony together with exhibits 4.1D and 4.2D, Work Papers 1, in the instant docket?
Yes, I did.
On October 3rd, did you cause to be filed a notice of errata concerning your direct testimony?
Yes.
On October 13, 2022, did you prepare and cause to be filed rebuttal testimony in this docket?
Yes.
And on November 3rd, 2022, did you prepare and cause to be filed serve rebuttal testimony together with exhibits 4.1S and revised work papers 1?
Yes, I did.
Other than the changes made pursuant to the October 3rd notice of errata, do you have any changes to your testimony you would like to make at this time?
I do not.
Again, other than changes made pursuant to the October 3rd notice of errata, if you were asked the same questions that are contained in your written testimony, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
At this point, the office moves to admit Mr. Daniels' direct rebuttal, serve rebuttal, accompanying exhibits, and notice of errata.
Please indicate if anyone objects to that motion. Not seeing any, so the motion is granted.
Mr. Daniels, have you prepared a summary of your testimony explaining the OCS position in this docket?
Yes, I did.
Please proceed.
Thank you. As discussed in my direct rebuttal and serve rebuttal testimony, there are several cost allocation issues in this case. The class cost of service study also results in some classes receiving substantial rate increases that need to be moderated. In addition, I addressed the need for the Commission to analyze whether to continue the Conservation Enabling Tariff, or CET, in DEU's next rate case. I'll next summarize each of the cost allocation issues that I address. The first one is the peak day versus design day demand allocation factor. DEU is again proposing to use a design day demand allocation factor. The design day demands are estimates for the maximum daily demand for gas on DEU's system during an assumed extremely cold period. A better measure of how DEU's distribution system is actually used is to use the actual test year peak demand. The NARUC Gas Distribution Rate Design Manual recognizes the use of the actual test year peak demand as one of the three most accepted demand allocation methodologies. The design day demand is not one of those three methods. I recommend that the actual peak day demand factor be used instead of DEU's demand day factor. Next issue is the weighted peak day and throughput allocation factor. Another major cost allocation issue in this case is the proper allocation of distribution system costs related to feeder systems, compressor stations, and measurement and regulation stations. DEU uses an allocation factor that is a 60-40 weighting of its design day demand allocation factor and its throughput allocation factor. DEU did not support its 60-40 weighting other than to state that is what it's used in the past. Other parties have proposed various other weighting factors or have recommended not using the throughput allocation factor at all. I recommend using the system load factor that is calculated using the actual peak demand for weighting the throughput allocation factor, and 1 minus the load factor for weighting the peak demand allocation factor. This is similar to a peak and average allocation methodology. The result is a 52-48 weighting. Next issue is the allocation of general plant depreciation expenses. By underallocating costs to the natural gas vehicle customer class, DEU attempts to hide an interclass subsidy. DEU has incorrectly allocated general plant depreciation and therefore underallocates cost to the NGV class. General plant depreciation expenses should be allocated based on the allocation of general plant, i.e., the plant that causes the depreciation expenses. Next issue is the allocation of cost to interruptible service customers. DEU is proposing to not allocate demand-related costs to the interruptible service class. Interruptible customers use the distribution system and are rarely interrupted. Although in DEU's last rate case, the interruptible customers were not allocated demand-related costs, the Commission has previously accepted allocation of demand-related costs to the interruptible service class. The Commission should reject DEU's proposal. Next issue I'll discuss is revenue distribution. Another contested issue in this case is whether gradualism should be used to mitigate significant rate increases for some customer classes. Of course, the level of the overall revenue increase approved by the Commission will impact the need for gradualism. I recommend limiting the rate increase for the medium and large transportation customer classes to the percent increase for the next highest percent rate increase, which is the percent increase for the NGV customer class. Last issue that I'd address is the conservation enabling tariff for the CET. The Commission approved DEU's CET automatic rate adjustment provision in 2006, or 16 years ago. The primary reason the CET was approved was the rapid decline in the annual average use of the general service customers during the previous 25 years. Over the 15 years since the CET was approved, the decline in the average use has leveled off. Other LDCs offer energy efficiency programs without revenue decoupling mechanisms such as the CET. In this case, the DEU's proxy group for determining the return on equity mostly included other LDCs that do not have full revenue decoupling. All of these issues indicate the need to review whether or not the CET is still needed. As a policy, the Commission should periodically review the need of any automatic rate adjustment mechanisms. I recommend the Commission order DEU to include in its next rate case its justification for continuing the CET. I would not recommend that the Commission make that decision in this case. DEU did not present any arguments for continuing CET until its rebuttal and then again in its third rebuttal. Other parties have not been given adequate opportunity to analyze DEU's arguments in this case. Thank you.
Mr. Daniels is available for cross-examination and questions from the Commission.
Thank you. I'll go to Mr. Schmidt first. Do you have any questions for Mr. Daniels?
No questions.
Okay, I'll go to Mr. Nelson next. Do you have any questions for Mr. Daniels?
I do, but I was not ready. Well, I'm going to
I've gotten so used to the pattern.
With the volume of issues Mr. Daniel addressed, I don't think there's a perfect order for cross-examination, so I was just picking one, but I can come back to you in a moment.
No, I'm totally good to go. I pressed my button now. Good afternoon, Mr. Daniel.
Good afternoon.
My name is Thor Nelson. I don't know if we've met before. I'm counsel for the Utah Asphalt Pavement Association in this proceeding. I have just a couple of questions for you. I anticipate my colleagues will cover the bulk of the ground here today. I want to start, though, asking you a question about the interruptible customers. In your opinion, does the presence of interruptible customers on Dominion's system provide benefits to the system?
Yes, they do.
And what are the benefits you see from the presence of interruptible customers?
Well, mostly in an emergency situation, the company can call on them to interrupt their demand.
And the beneficiaries of that are who?
Be the other customers.
So the sales customers, for example.
The sales customers would benefit, yes.
Okay. So would you agree with me that an interruptible service is a inferior service from the customer perspective to a firm service?
If they're interrupted, it would be, but yes, typically you would pay a lower rate because it's less firm service.
Okay, and you anticipated my next question, that because of that diminished service that you're getting, because you have the ability to be interrupted, you would expect that you would pay a slightly lower rate for that. Is that fair?
Yes, I would expect that.
Okay. Would you agree with me that if we're allocating the fixed cost of the system in part based on throughput, that the interruptible customers will pay for those allocated costs insofar as they have throughput on the system, correct?
If their throughput's included in that calculation, then they would be allocated.
Okay.
Some cost.
So my question is this: if you have a regular transportation customer that's allocated based on throughput and based on their contribution to peak, and in your position you take an interruptible customer and they get allocated costs based on their throughput and their contribution to peak, how do you create the discount necessary to attract customers to take this inferior service? So if they're both getting allocated costs the same way, why don't we just make them all firm customers?
Well, I'm not proposing to include 100% of the interruptible customers' demand. So that's how they get a discount.
Okay, but as a practical matter, you're proposing to allocate the fixed cost of the system using at least a portion of the interruptible customer's demand, which is different from what has happened historically relative to this utility. Is that fair?
Well, historically, I believe they have been allocated demand costs in some cases, and at least most recently, they were not allocated.
And that was the case I was referring to. Okay. Thank you for that. Let's move on to some of your proposals relative to revenue allocation and gradualism. Could I please ask you to turn to your rebuttal testimony? And that's Exhibit OCS 4R. And if you could let me know when you have that in front of you.
Not finding my exhibits, rebuttal exhibits in this.
And this is just your testimony, in particular, page 12.
Okay.
That's what I'm looking at.
All right, I'm there.
Okay. On page 12 of your rebuttal testimony, do you see A question at line 268. Do you have any issues with UAE's gradualism proposal? Do you see that, sir?
Yes, I do.
And you answer yes. And then you go on to say, the primary issue with UAE's gradualism proposal is that it would increase the GS class's revenues to above its allocated cost of service. Do you see that, sir?
Yes, I do.
All right. Could I please ask you to turn to now your direct testimony in this case? Do you have that in front of you?
Yes, I do.
All right. And could you please refer to page 27 of that testimony? And let me know when you are there.
I'm there.
On that page at line 573, do you see the question, what are the results of your adjusted COSS? Do you see that, sir?
Are you in maybe direct?
Yeah, I'm in the revised direct.
Yes. I think we were all in.
Do I have the wrong exhibit? I'm looking at Daniel OCS 4D revised, which was the revised direct testimony. Is that not the right exhibit?
Or maybe I'm the only one that's not. I had his original, not the revised. I'll catch up. Go ahead.
If you give me a moment, I can pull up the non-revised, and it may have a different line number.
I found the revised. Sorry to delay you.
That's okay. Mr. Daniel, do you have the version in front of you? Is that the revised version, or do you have the original version? Just so I don't think this portion was changed. So I don't think it's going to matter, but I want to make sure that we're on the same page.
I have the revised.
Okay. All right. So on the revised, do I have it correct that at 573 you have a question? What are the results of your adjusted COSS?
Yes, I see that.
Okay. And the COSS, just for the record, and the folks in the room, that's the class cost of service study. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And then below that, in table 1, you show what is, from your recommendation, the appropriate class cost of service, and in particular, in the table 1 on the right-hand set of columns, that's your recommended class cost of service outcomes. Is that fair?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And I want to focus in particular to the transportation service classes, the TSS or transportation service small, TSM and TSL, which are transportation service medium and large. Do you see those, sir?
Yes, I do.
And your recommendation as to what their cost of service would be is a minus 18%. Well, they back up. I said that poorly. Based on your proposed cost of service, this rate case would trigger using the revenue requirement that's shown in this table, and that is to say the OCS's proposed revenue requirement, but we'll use that for comparison purposes. A outcome for the TSS class of a minus 18.5% rate change. Is that correct?
Yes.
And for the TSM class, a 31.7% rate increase, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And for the TSL class, a 116.6% rate increase, correct?
Correct.
All right. But having said that, you propose a gradualism adjustment that you then apply to the transportation customers, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And in particular, if you go down a couple pages to page 29, and if you'd like for context, at the bottom of 28, there's a question there, and then at the top of 29, there's a table 2. Do you see that, sir?
Yes, I do.
And am I correct that table 2 shows your proposed recommendation incorporating your cost of service study and your proposed gradualism adjustment?
Yes, that's what it says.
Okay. So in that instance, when you apply your gradualism adjustment for the TSS class, instead of a minus 18.5% rate decrease based on cost of service, your recommendation would yield a 27.56% rate increase, correct?
Correct.
So that would be an outcome for TSS where the end result is higher than their cost of service, right?
Yes, that's correct.
And for TSM, your allocated cost of service recommended an increase of 31.7%. Do you recall that?
Yes.
In your gradualism proposal, you suggest that that class receive a 46.13% increase, correct?
That's correct.
And again, that increase is greater than your recommended allocated cost of service, correct?
That's correct.
All right. So in conclusion, is it fair to say that the criticism that you leveled in rebuttal to Mr. Higgins, that his gradualism approach was problematic because it caused the GS class to be allocated more cost than he determined in the COSS, you violate that same principle in your testimony for the TSS and the TSM class and have the same result, which is your gradualism adjustment allocates more costs to those particular classes than your cost of service study suggests is appropriate, right?
It does allocate more cost to those classes. You have to spread the revenue shortfall to somebody.
Wait, louder.
You have to spread the revenue shortfall to some classes. So by definition, some classes will end up above their cost of service.
And that's true of, I guess your point is, anytime you do a gradualism adjustment, by definition, some classes are going to have to be above their cost of service if you are going to maintain other classes below their cost of service and keep the entire revenue requirement in equilibrium, right?
That's correct.
Okay. Relative to your gradualism adjustment, one of the topics that has been discussed by others in the case, but which I don't recall seeing in your testimony, so I just want to explore with you. Do you recall that others in the proceeding have suggested a gradualism approach that is phased in, meaning that over time the rates are reset between now and the next rate case, perhaps, so that it ultimately, perhaps after a 3-year period, some have proposed, you move from the outcome from this case to the whatever the commission determines is the appropriate cost of service outcome. Do you recall people making that suggestion generally?
Yes, and I believe that's what the commission approved in the previous case.
Understood. So I want to ask you your view of that. If the commission adopts your approach and implements a gradualism adjustment for the transportation class, do you have any objection to the commission also ordering a phase approach which would transition from whatever the first step of the rate change is out of this case to whatever the commission determines is the allocated cost of service outcome over, for example, a 3-year period?
Now, in the last case, I supported the 3-year phase-in, so I would not have a problem in this case.
Thank you. I have no further questions of this witness.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Nelson. I think I'll go to Dominion next. Do you have any questions for Mr. Daniel?
Company has no questions.
Okay, thank you. Major Buchanan, I'll go to you next.
No questions.
Okay, Mr. Meekum.
I have no questions.
Mr. Cook?
No questions.
Mr. Russell?
I do have some questions. Mr. Daniel, I'm going to have you turn in your direct testimony. I guess we're using your corrected direct testimony now. Which I didn't initially have up, to line 160. It's at the top of page 8.
I'm there.
All right, and this sort of continues the conversation that you had and that we've been having today about the use of the design day factor versus the use of the actual peak day factor. And you recommend the use of the actual peak day factor and criticize those that use the design day factor, right?
Yes.
Okay. In this section of your testimony, you're explaining your reasons for not wanting to use the design day factor. And you say, the primary reason is that the use of a test year peak day demand is more current and is a better representation of how DEU's system is actually being used by ratepayers. I want to hit on a couple of points in there. First is the reference to a test year peak day demand. Did you use a test year peak day demand?
I did use it in developing allocation factor 230.
The test period in this case is calendar year 2023, correct?
I believe that's correct.
Okay, and your use of the actual peak day factor is based off of what the company submitted with its direct testimony, right?
Yes, I'm using the data that the company submitted.
Okay, and as Mr. Summers explained in his direct testimony, that actual peak day factor is from a high use day towards the end of December in 2021, correct?
That sounds correct.
Okay, so your use of the peak day allocation factor is not a test year peak day demand, correct?
That's correct. It's from a prior period.
Right. Okay. So you go on to say that the actual peak day factor is more current than the design day factor, and I just kind of want to touch on that. Given that your use of the peak day factor references a time period in 2021, December of 2021, and that the design day factor is a projected use from the 2022 to 2023 period, why do you believe that the use of the actual peak day factor is more current than the design day factor?
I think it was in reference to the test year, but I don't specifically recall why I said that.
Okay, and then if we move on to that, towards the latter half of that sentence, where you talk about it being a better representation of how DEU's system is actually being used by ratepayers, there's been a fair bit of conversation about whether the use of the system is the correct way to do it. I'm not really interested in that because we talked about it a lot with some other witnesses, but I guess I'm interested in why you think a factor that estimates usage in 2021, and we've talked a little bit about how we get to the actual peak day factor. There is some estimating going on there, right?
There is some estimation going on in the peak day demand allocation factor. It's just less estimation than the design day.
And so I guess what I want to get to is the issue that we're talking about here, the better representation of how DEU's system is actually being used. One question I have is actually being used when, right? Because you're relying on an actual peak day period from 2021. This test period in this case is a 2023 test period. And I guess I'm wondering whether you think it's relevant to the question of a better fit about how the system is being used. whether the peak day is some period in the past or it aligns with the test period that is being used for the rest of the case.
Could you repeat your question? I'm not sure I understood.
I'll try to do it better this time. That wasn't a very good question. What I'm really trying to get at is your indication that the use of the actual peak day factor represents a better representation of how DEU's system is actually being used by ratepayers. I'm curious about the better representation of use, given the misalignment between the time period that you're measuring peak and the test period in the case. Do you believe it's a better representation of how the system is being used during the test period to use an actual peak period from December of 2021, when the test period is calendar year 2023?
I think I understood that. The peak demand data is based on an actual system peak. And I think that's what I'm referring to, rather than an estimated hypothetical system peak.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to have you turn in your sir rebuttal testimony to line 158, if you would, please.
I'm
158.
I'm there.
Okay. Now, instead of going through this whole thing, I'll just kind of try to set it up. There's a portion of your sir rebuttal testimony where you're responding to some other witnesses who are proposing to use the design day factor and point to the illustrative example in the NARUC manual in support of that proposal. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. And you say, in response to that, you say, the question is, do you agree that the NARUC manual endorses the use of estimated design day demands for allocating demand-related costs? And you say no. And we're gonna walk through this here shortly, but just to give everyone a sense of why you're saying no, you're saying that the description of the allocation factor, demand allocation factor methods, coincident peak, non-coincident peak, and averaging peak, all use actual use. Correct. That's your point.
Well, it's not include the design day demand methodology is not included in that same discussion.
Do you still have? I previously put a packet of exhibits up there. I hope they're still there. One was an excerpt from the rate design manual. Is that still up there?
I do not see it.
I've got another one. This is an excerpt of the gas manual that so many of the parties have referenced here. Do you recognize it at least from its cover?
Yes.
Okay. I have included the cover and then I think pages 20 through 34 or something along those lines. What I hoped to capture was the discussion about the allocation of demand costs. And what I'd like you to do, and this would be marked as UA Cross Exhibit 3. What I'd like you to do is turn to page 20 of that manual. Actually, excuse me, page 30. I misread it. Okay. So page 30 begins a section titled Illustrative Embedded Cost of Service Study. Now, the manual goes through and having gone through the exercise of describing the various tasks in rate making, functionalization, classification, allocation, and in describing some of the demand allocation factors, it then provides an illustrative example of how to do all that, right?
Yes, it does.
Okay. I'm just going to read this first paragraph under section C, and then we'll talk about it. A cost of service study is a series of choices regarding potentially controversial methods of identifying and allocating costs incurred by utility. This illustrative study represents one possible means of computing class cost of service. There are many other equally correct methods. For illustrative purposes, the following example demonstrates how the factors discussed above are utilized in a fully allocated cost of service study. Now, I want to focus on the phrase in that second to last line there, how the factors discussed above. The factors discussed above include the allocation of demand and capacity costs, right?
Yes.
Including the coincident peak method and the average and peak method, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and then below this, there is an illustrative example, and there's an illustrative example that others have pointed to for peak day demand. Now, that is a design day example, correct?
Yes, the illustrative example that's included uses a design day demand. I would note that at the top of page 29, that demand that's included in the illustrative cost of service study is a relatively unsophisticated estimate of system peaks.
Sure. But the sentence before that states that it is one where one can calculate with reasonable accuracy the demands to be placed on the system, correct?
Yes, it does say that.
Okay. And to be placed on the system suggests not strictly using some historical data, but allowing at least for a projection of usage in the future, correct?
Say that again.
The phrase that we were just looking at the top of page 29, if I can get back to it, is indicating that you can calculate with reasonable accuracy the demands to be placed on the system. I'm really pointing out that to be placed on the system is future looking and not necessarily requiring it to be backward looking to get to actual usage, right?
Yes, that would, it says to be placed on the system, so that sounds future indication to me.
Okay, I want to go to the portions of the manual that talk about coincident demand method and the average and peak demand method. As we talked about earlier, your one of the points that you made in proposing that we dismiss the illustrative example was that, in your view, the coincident demand method description and the average and peak method description are relying on actual peak data rather than something else, right?
Yes, I believe that's right.
Okay, and I want you to point to me where in the description under, let's go to page 27 and look at coincident demand method, where in this description what you're relying on for your conclusion that this is limited to an actual peak day usage.
Well, I think the first sentence is referring to at the time of the system peak. That would indicate to me that it's using actual data.
So you're relying on the phrase at the end of that first sentence, at the time of system peak.
Well, let me finish reading the whole.
Sure.
That would be the main thing I would rely on.
Okay, and
I would guess I would also just say, based on my experience, that's what's typically used.
okay, but just referencing the manual itself, I understand that your experience is not simply just applying the words of the manual. I get that, but looking at the manual, because that was the point you were making, and it's the point that others were making in pointing to the illustrative example. I guess I'm just curious why you believe the term "at the time of system peak" can only mean actual peak demand, as opposed to a derived or calculated system peak based on sort of a hypothetical weather scenario.
Again, I guess it's mainly based on my experience. I don't know forecasts of at a particular time of system peak. I think it may look at a period, but not a specific time.
Okay, I want to move down in this coincident demand method description to the next to last sentence there, where starting with the word generally, 4 lines up from the bottom, where it says, generally, interruptible customers would receive no allocation of demand costs under this formula, since they should be off the system during the peak period. Now, for purposes of Dominion's system, that's true if you're using the design day factor, but not true if you're using the actual peak day factor, right?
For DEU, that has, at least based on what I've looked at, that would be correct.
Okay, then let's move down to the average and peak demand method. And I'm curious, I'm happy to have you read this here, and I'm curious why it is you believe that this description of the application of this factor is limited to times of historical usage for the peak rather than a projection of use at a peak in some future period.
Well, I guess there's references to systems load factor, annual volumetric amounts. Referring to coincident peaks, same kind of discussion, similar discussion to the coincident peak demand.
Yeah, and again, I guess my question here is why you conclude that the reference to the coincident peak there means, or that the neighborhood folks that wrote the manual only meant historical usage for the peak instead of a projection of use in a future period.
That's my reading of what they've have here, and based on my experience, the use of a coincident demand method or an average and peak method have all been based on actual peak demands.
Are you aware of anywhere in the manual that talks about the distinction between the historical actual peak and a future or projected peak, and apply some term to one or the other?
I don't recall anything.
Okay. I mean, other than the illustrative example that we get that shows the design day peak, right? I mean, it is showing a design day peak. It's not trying to distinguish between those, but that is what that illustrative example is, right?
Yes, it is. My understanding, it's a design day peak demand.
Okay. I want to shift gears a little bit
Why don't we go ahead and take a break then, if you're moving to another topic? Why don't we recess until 3:20 on that clock, and we'll continue.
line 223, that's page 11. So thus far, we've been talking about the use of design day versus actual peak day. Now I want to get into how the average and peak method ought to be used kind of more broadly. Because the design day or actual peak day, those make up the peak portion of the average and peak, right?
That's correct.
And let's talk about how we get to the other portion of it. There is a discussion in your direct testimony right around this spot that we've landed on relating to load factor and some criticisms about how others use load factor. And I want to read the definition of load factor that you provide here from the American Gas Association. You say, the American Gas Association's glossary for the gas industry defines load factor as a ratio of the average requirement to the maximum requirements for the same time period as 1 day, 1 hour, etc. You go on to say the key part of this definition as it relates to this case is that the numerator, average consumption, and denominator, peak consumption, in the calculation must be, quote, for the same time period. The time period that should be used to determine DEU's system load factor is the test year. So I want to question you a little bit on how you reached your load factor. My understanding, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, is that the peak consumption is based off of the actual peak day factor, which is from 2021, correct?
Yes, during the break, I did recollect that 2021 data was adjusted for known changes, and it was normalized for weather. But I believe for example, customer migrations after the test year were one of the known changes that were made. So it's not a specific historic number. It's adjusted.
But the actual peak day factor itself is based off of December 20, I believe it's 28 of 2021 system usage, right?
So similar to a lot of the other data in the application. It's historic data adjusted for known and measurable changes.
In the average consumption that you're using is 2023 data, right?
It's my understanding is that it's the data that's adjusted for known and measurable changes.
Well, it's a projection of the consumption for each rate class for the test period, the 2023 test period, right? Is the consumption that you use?
I'm not sure I can answer that. I'd have to go back and verify.
Okay, I mean, we can try to do it here. Let me see if we can get there from your own testimony, and then maybe we'll need to use some of the company's exhibits. Can you turn to lines 248 of your direct testimony? So this question and answer describes how you used or how you performed the system load factor, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you rely on the data that's set forth in DEU Exhibit 4.06, right?
Yes.
Okay. And DEU Exhibit 4.06 was the exhibit attached to Mr. Summers' direct testimony that set forth the actual peak day allocation factor, right?
Yes.
Okay. And I'm assuming you don't have that in front of you.
I do not.
Okay. I'm going to bring a binder up to you so that you'll have it. Give me just a second. If you could, in that binder, find DEU Exhibit 4.06.
Okay.
Okay. And then we're going to need to flip back and forth between 4.05 and 4.06 because the way that these were printed actually eliminated some of the context on 4.06, unfortunately. If you had the electronic version, it would have some additional information. At the bottom, let's actually go to 4.05 to start with. So 4.05 has several rows, one of which, actually two of which, represent commodity, right?
Yes.
Okay, and so across the top you have commodity for the GS class, the FS class. I believe it's also TBF.
And NGV.
And NGV, correct, thank you. And then there's a bottom sort of set of rows that also has commodity for the combined TS class and then the broken out TSS, TSM, and TSL, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And at the bottom of this exhibit, you see where it says line, under notes, where it says line 3?
Yes.
Okay. And it says commodity throughput for 2023 by rate class, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And it says the same thing under line 7, so that all of the commodity numbers we've just looked at are commodity throughput for 2023 by rate class, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, now let's turn to 4.06. The first page of 4.06 has a very similarly formatted set of data that has the same commodity numbers in line 3 and line 7 as we just saw in 4.05, except that 4.06 also includes commodity numbers for the IS class, the interruptible service class, right?
Yes.
Okay. Right. Okay. So does that help you to recall what time period your commodity numbers that you use for your load factor calculation come from?
Not really. I'm still not sure if 2023 amounts or 2021 amounts adjusted for known and measurable changes, or if there are some based on some independent forecast that was done. My understanding was that they were 2021 amounts adjusted for known and measurable changes.
Okay. And I guess if that didn't help, then we'll just move on. Let's talk a little bit about the your recommendations regarding the allocation of LNG plant costs. If I can summarize, and you can correct me if this isn't an accurate summary, your proposal or your recommendation is to allocate 25% of the costs of the LNG plant to the transportation customer classes. And the reason that you give for that is that since the time that Dominion had sought approval for the LNG plant, there's been customer migration from the sales classes to the transportation classes. Does that sum up your recommendation?
That's the primary reason.
Okay. I want to focus a little bit. Let's have you turn in your direct testimony to line 372.
Okay.
And this is the Q&A that essentially I was just summarizing your primary purpose for making the recommendation. I want to ask you a couple of questions about this because it's not clear to me why customer migration from the sales classes to the transportation class should matter for allocation of plant costs in this context.
Well, the basis for the approval of the plant was general service class was been larger than what class is that's going to have to pay for it. The reason is a lot of the general service customers migrated to the transportation classes. From a fairness and equity standpoint, I think they should pay for part of it.
But if the transportation classes aren't going to use the LNG plant, I guess I'm questioning why it would be fair and equitable to allocate any of the costs to them. If we'd had no migration, is it your position that it would be fine not to allocate the costs of the LNG plant to TS customers? Let's start there.
Well, the other reason that I think I mentioned is that the ability of transportation customers to move back to firm service, and, that's a consideration. I don't know that I would have recommended 25%. I haven't thought about your question, but I might have recommended a lower percent.
And let's help me understand that one. If there's the ability to move back to the firm sales customers, wouldn't they just be paying for it once they did move back? So why? I guess the question is why charge the TS customers for it when they were TS customers? Why not just charge them for it when they transfer back to being sales customers?
And the basis for your question is assuming there was no migration. Is that part of it?
No, I was just following up on you had indicated that there's two reasons that you were proposing. One was the one I initially focused on, which was the customer migration. The other is that there's the opportunity to move back. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay. And I was trying to address that second one. So the fact that customers can move back from the transportation customer classes to the firm sales class, I guess my question is why allocate any of that for that reason at all to the transportation classes and just allocate to the sales classes, and it will get the customers or it will be allocated to those customers after they move back.
Yeah, I think my recommendation is based on both reasons. One being the migration being the primary reason.
Okay. And is it your understanding that the costs of the LNG plant will be allocated by volumetric charges?
Yes.
Okay. And your focus in some of the testimony that follows this section that we've just been looking at accounts for the number of customers that move from the GS class to the TS class. Why do you think the number of customers is relevant for our purposes?
It's just a statistic that I had to use.
Would it be a more relevant statistic to use the volume of sales among the GS and the firm sales customers to determine whether this migration has been meaningful?
That would be a good indication as well, because I believe the DEU indicated that it was the larger GS customers that migrated, so it would be even a bigger number.
Yeah, were you here when when Mr. Mendenhall testified earlier today?
Yes.
Okay. I walked through with Mr. Mendenhall a comparison of the projected annual sales to the GS and FS class at the time of the 2019 docket that addressed approval of the LNG plant versus the projection now. Do you recall that discussion?
Yes.
Okay. And Mr. Mendenhall's testimony will stand on its own, but my recollection is that he indicated that the projection from 2019 compared to the projection now, they're pretty close in terms of the number of volumes of sales to the firm sales customers. Do you recall that?
My recollection was that the current volumes were a little bit lower than the projection. The difference would have been even greater if the customers hadn't migrated.
Help me understand that one. The difference would have been greater if there had been no customer migration?
If the GS customers had not migrated, the current sales to transportation would have been lower.
Yeah, but the discussion I had with Mr. Mendenhall was not a comparison of sales to the transportation class. It was a comparison of sales to the firm sales customers. One projection for 2022 that had been done back in 2019 at the time of the LNG approval, and one that's being done in the context of this rate case.
Okay, I understand.
Okay, all right, we're on the same page now. You conduct a bit of a comparison for this, your recommendation relating to the customer migration, and you focus on the number of customers from 2017, right? It was from the projection that had been done in the 2016 rate case for 2017, right?
I believe that's correct. Yes.
Okay. Can you tell me why what to you was the relevant starting spot rather than the 2019 docket that sought approval of the LNG plant?
I believe that's the first information that I have on the migration issue that was a problem. I don't know if there was a large migration before that.
Do you know just to try to provide a comparison of what you had done, do you know what the customer migration has been since the approval of the LNG plant?
No, I think I just indicated that. The only information I had was the test year in the prior case and some testimony in this case that says that there has been additional migrations.
Okay. I want to talk a little bit about how you're proposing to allocate these costs to the TS customers. You want to just describe that for me so that I don't mess it up?
Yes, it's allocating 25% of the I believe it's 25% of the volumes. I have to refresh my memory of the volumes that were migrated.
Okay, so as we indicated, the company is seeking to collect the cost of the plant through a volumetric factor from the sales class. Is that how you would propose that the 25% of the cost that you're proposing be allocated to the transportation customers be collected through some sort of volumetric charge?
Yes.
Okay. It's not charge on the gas, it's volumetric for the distributed non-gas assets at issue here. And again, your recommendation is based on migration of the large GS customers to the TS class. Where, in your view, would those GS customers have landed, assuming that assuming that the commission approves the split up of the TS class? Would you expect them to be in the TS small, the TS medium, or the TS large?
I don't have any information to give you an answer.
Okay.
I'm not aware of it.
Okay, and does your recommendation distinguish between those three subclasses or three new classes if they are adopted that way, in terms of where you would recommend the cost be allocated?
Does not.
Okay, so you would allocate 25% to TS customers regardless of where they end up on that split?
Not knowing where they ended up, yes, that's what I do.
Okay, and because we're using this sort of volumetric application, wouldn't that result in, for the large part, wouldn't that result in the TSL customers paying for most of the portion of that 25% that you're allocating to the TS class?
I believe they're the largest customer based on volumes, yes.
Okay. And do you know whether it's more likely that customers that migrated from the GS class to the TS class would be segregated into that TS large than that they would be segregated into TS small or TS medium?
I believe I previously indicated that I don't have any information that says where they migrated to.
Okay. That's all I have. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Russell. Mr. Moore, any redirect?
Couple questions. Mr. Daniels, can I have you look back to UEE exhibit number 3, the gas distribution design rate manual? As you're getting that, I'd just like to ask you, this manual, it was published in June 1989, isn't that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Now, turning to page 27 of that exhibit,
Yep.
you were asked some questions about whether the coincidence demand referred to design day demand or actual peak demand. And Mr. Russell had you read a sentence, and I'm going to read it again to you, and then we're going to talk about it. This is the second sentence from the last under paragraph B. Generally, I'm going to hit that again because it's important. Generally, interruptible customers will receive no allocation of demand cost under this formula, since they should be off the system during peak demand period. Is it your understanding under DEU's design day formulation that interruptible customers would necessarily be off the system under how they calculate demand day?
Yes, that's my understanding is that they would not be included in the design day demand.
Now, generally on a peak day, on an actual peak day demand, it is possible for interruptible customers to be off the system or on the system. Isn't that correct?
Yes, I believe the word generally would indicate that.
And does it, your understanding, does that give you any indication, or does that support your contention that the term coincident peak demand refers to actual peak demand?
Yes, it does. It indicates that since interruptible customers could be on peak at time, in some instances, it's referring to actual peak demands.
Actual what?
Peak demands. Peak demands.
Are you aware if the DEU design day has actually ever occurred in reality?
I don't believe it has.
Now, you were questioned about the reliability of a computation based on 2021 data adjusted for known and measurable damages, including weatherization and customer usage. Do you think that is a more realistic number than a number that doesn't exist in reality? Let me say that again. Referring to conditions that existed in 2021, adjusted for weather, customer migration, known and measurable damages. That's what you use, correct?
Known and measurable changes, but yes.
I'm sorry. The other choice is a design day that has never occurred at all. Isn't that correct?
That's correct.
Do you think that your approach, given that fact, is more reliable than the hypothetical approach of the DEU demand day?
Yes, I believe the 2021 data adjusted for known and measurable changes in the future is a better representation.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you. Can I get an indication of who has recross, so I can figure out which order to go? Mr. Russell, you have recross?
I actually don't, but I realized that I forgot to move for the admission of UAE Cross Exhibit 3, and so I'd make that motion now.
If anyone objects to that motion, please indicate your objection. I'm not seeing any, so the motion is granted. Then I'll go back. Please indicate if you intend to have recross. Nelson Clark does. Does anyone else? Okay, go ahead.
I wonder if you could turn in the binder in front of you to Mr. Summers' testimony, DEU Exhibit 4.0. It says
Objection, this is beyond the scope of redirect.
Perhaps
I haven't heard the question yet, so I'm not ready to roll on the objection. Why don't we see what the question is, and let's wait and see if he wants to restate his objection.
Sure. Let me know when you're there. So you had a dialogue just a little bit ago about the migration of customers from the general service class to the TS class. Do you remember that dialogue you had?
Yes.
I'd like you to look at line 87 on page 4 at that table. Do you see it?
Not yet. Okay.
In looking at that table, from the time the LNG facility was approved in 2019 until now, how would you characterize the migration?
I'd like to restate my objection. The redirect did not involve the LNG facility.
That's my recollection also of your redirect. I think you focused on design day and peak day. Do you remember the redirect any differently?
No, I don't remember it differently.
Okay. Do you have any other recross?
I do. One more goes to the temperature that you were discussing with Mr. Moore. I believe he characterized it as hypothetical temperature. Do you remember that dialogue?
I don't remember the reference to temperature. I think he was
the design day.
The hypothetical design day.
Design day, and I believe, and correct me if I'm misstating this, but I believe that you had a dialogue about actual usage versus hypothetical usage on a design day, something that has never happened, I believe is how he characterized it.
I believe the question was that he asked me if the design day demand has ever occurred, and I think my answer was I do not believe so.
Would it surprise you to know that it occurred as recently as 1990?
It would be a surprise.
Okay, I have nothing further.
Commissioner Clark, do you have any questions?
No questions, thank you.
Commissioner Allen?
Also no questions, thanks.
I think I have one. So, and tell me if I'm misunderstanding the premise of your positions. It seems to me you're arguing that costs for the LNG facility should be paid by the customers that it was designed to be built for prior to their migration. Do you view that as a similar justification for Dominion's reasons for preferring a design day to a peak day?
No, that's not exactly what I'm doing for the LNG. Saying that as part of it, that were designed, LNG was approved because of the customer base, the GS customer base at that time, and that a large number of those customers have since migrated. So not allocating cost 100% for volumes, but 25% as a fairness and equity adjustment.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that answer. And thank you for your testimony this afternoon. Mr. Russell, could we go to you next?
I think we had an agreement that we were going to do all the out-of-town witnesses, and all of the remaining witnesses except mine are from out of town. So I sort of expect my witness to go last. So in an effort to try to accommodate the out-of-town witnesses, I think we probably should do somebody else's.
Okay, Major Buchanan, are we ready to go to you?
We had talked during the break, and would it be all right if we went next?
Absolutely.
All right. Sorry.
We should have led with that.
Sorry about that. All right. New Corsco, Utah, would like to call Bradley Mullins.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mullins.
Good afternoon.
Do you swear to tell the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Mr. Mullins, can you state your full name and business address for the record?
It's Bradley Mullins. My business address is Lumintia 13, Oulu, Finland.
Thank you. And are you a principal consultant at MW Analytic?
I am.
And did you submit testimony in this proceeding?
I did.
That testimony include Nucor Exhibit 1.0 Phase 2 direct testimony of Bradley G. Mullins, Nucor Exhibit 2.0 Phase 2 rebuttal testimony of Bradley G. Mullins, Nucor Exhibit 3.0 Phase 3 rebuttal testimony of Bradley G. Mullins, and related exhibits Nucor Exhibit 1.1 through 1.3 and Nucor Exhibit 3.1 through 3.2.
It did.
And do you adopt that testimony as your testimony today?
I do.
I would like to move to admit Nucor's testimony and related exhibits.
Please indicate if anyone objects to the motion. I'm not seeing any objections, so it's granted.
And Mr. Mullins, have you prepared a summary?
I have.
Provide that summary.
Good afternoon, Chair LeVar, Commissioners Clark and Allen. I appreciate the chance to be here today on behalf of Nucor Steel, Utah. So in this proceeding, the Commission is presented with a wide range of cost of service study outcomes. And in considering these outcomes, I think it's important to recognize that the general service, or GS class, makes up about 90% of Dominion's revenues. And so accordingly, a very small change to the cost allocated to the GS class results in a disproportionately large change to the other classes. And that's the primary reason why the different study assumptions are producing such dramatically different results. And so, considering those results and the range of outcomes, I recommend a more narrow rate spread, one that gives the GS customers an average rate increase, and that applies a cap to remaining customers equal to 1.5 times the average system increase. And this approach may be applied regardless of the cost of service study assumptions that the Commission finds to be reasonable. With respect to the proposal to split the TS class, it's important to consider the way that the overall rate structure for Dominion has been developed over the years, including the relationships between small customers in the TS class and the structure of the GS class and FS firm service classes. Accordingly, I recommend that the Commission decline to split the TS class, and I also recommend that the Commission adopt a balanced transportation service rate design based on an equal percentage increase to volumetric rates and demand charges. And I recommend that that sort of structure, I think, be applied regardless of the how the class is composed, whether it's split or not. But it's important to recognize that in the event that it's not split under Dominion's proposed rate design, it still resulted in dramatic increases to a small subset of large volume customers. And finally, with respect to the cost of service study, I recommend that core distribution costs be allocated based on design day demand, and that the peak and average method be rejected. Design day demand is the way that the system has been built, and accordingly is the most appropriate factor to use for core distribution costs. In addition, I also recommend that both distribution and general plant depreciation expenses be allocated by FERC account in a manner that's consistent with the underlying plant. While Dominion didn't adopt that particular recommendation in their rebuttal, they found it to be reasonable. And with that, that concludes my summary, and I look forward to questions from the commission and parties.
Mr. Mullins. Mr. Mullins is available for cross-examination and questions from the commission.
Thank you. I'll go to Mr. Russell first. Do you have any questions for Mr. Mullins?
I do not. Thank you.
Thank you. Major Buchanan, do you have any questions for him?
No questions.
Mr. Nelson.
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Mullins.
Good afternoon.
Just some general policy questions for you today. Would you agree with me that it is a reasonable position for a utility commission to take that rates for utility service should move over time towards cost of service?
I think there's probably many factors that can be considered in setting a rate design. And I think cost of service studies are one factor, and in this case, I think there are divergent opinions on what a reasonable cost study is. But I think generally speaking, I think this commission's practice has been to use the cost of service as a guide for rate spread.
And do you think that's unreasonable to use the cost of service as a guide for revenue and cost allocation?
Yeah, I think it's the same answer as before. I think the commission has historically used the cost study as a guide for rate spread.
Sure, and I appreciate that's what the commission does. I'm asking, in your opinion, do you think that is an unreasonable history?
No, I don't.
And then secondly, do you think it is a reasonable commission policy, though, to, over time, set utility rates so as to minimize and or eliminate, if possible, intra and inter-class subsidies?
Well, I agree that some interclass subsidies should be avoided, but there are some cases where they are necessary or unavoidable. And so there are circumstances even in this case. If you look at like the Lakeside contract, for example, or the transportation bypass rate, there are explicit subsidies being built into those rates, and there also are other factors to consider, such as incentives that are provided to customers. One thing that I pointed out in my survey rebuttal testimony is that giving a lower rate to small transportation customers and a higher rate for under general service may provide an improper incentive for those customers to migrate to transportation service. So I think the answer to your question is yes, in some circumstances, but not all.
Okay, so I need to go back and figure out what that yes is. So just to be clear, are you saying that yes, in general, it is good to have a policy to avoid or moderate subsidies, but there may be instances when subsidies may be appropriate for at least some period of time? Am I restating your testimony correctly?
Yeah, I probably wouldn't quibble over words on that.
That's what we do professionally. So.
Oh, okay.
Thank you, Mr. Mullins. I have no further questions.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nelson. Mr. Meekum.
Quick one, Mr. Mullins, is your determination that there is no subsidy or little subsidy between the large transportation customers and the small transportation customers based solely or primarily on the fact of your 100% design allocation?
My testimony is that, based on my cost of service study, there was no subsidy between large and small customers in the DS class. Correct.
Dependent on the commission determining that 100% design day is the way they should go.
Well, that's certainly my recommendation, but I recognize there are many ways to construct a cost of service study, and there's probably no one correct method.
Thank you, Mr. Meekum. Mr. Moore, I'll go to you next.
No questions, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Finn.
Just a few. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
In your direct testimony, you state that you worked for Pacific Core performing power cost modeling. And in Nucor Direct Exhibit 1.1, the exhibit states that at Pacific Core, Brad was responsible for preparing power cost forecasts and supporting testimony for regulatory filings, preparing annual power cost deferral filings, and developing qualifying facility avoided cost calculations. Does that sound about right?
That sounds right.
When working for Pacific Core as described above, did you see that Pacific Core included the volumes from its special contracts and its system volumes for allocation purposes, assigning each special contract a letter to hide the identity of the special contract customer?
I don't necessarily recall that from my time at Pacific Corp, although I have reviewed a number of their cases, and they do typically include special contracts as a separate column in their cost study. And I think it's kind of important to understand there's multiple ways to present a special contract in a cost study, and what, at least in my view, what Dominion has done is not wrong. It's just a different way to present it. So one way that you can present it is you can give it a separate column with its own set of allocation factors, and allocate the revenues and costs in a separate column. But the other way to do it, which is what Dominion has done, is to take the revenues from that special contract and allocate that out separately to the individual other individual customer classes. So either way that it's done, it sums to zero. However, if it is presented in a separate column, that does provide more information about whether the special contract or the degree to which it is paying its full cost of service.
I have no more questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Nelson-Clark?
Yeah, I think our questions got asked. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Cook, any redirect?
No.
Mr. Allen?
No questions.
Mr. Clark?
No questions. Thank you.
I don't either. Thank you for your testimony.
All right, thank you.
So I'll let you all tell me who's next.
I will be going next.
Okay. Major Buchanan.
Actually, I should say, it's FBA's witness, Brian Collins will be next.
Good afternoon, Mr. Collins.
Good afternoon.
Do you swear to tell the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Collins. Can you please state your full name for the record?
Brian C. Collins.
Where are you employed?
I am employed with Rebecca & Associates Incorporated in Chesterfield, Missouri.
Have you filed testimony in this proceeding?
I have.
Did you provide direct testimony marked as FEA Exhibit 2.0, rebuttal testimony marked as FEA Exhibit 4.0, and surrebuttal testimony marked as FEA Exhibit 5.0 with the attached FEA Exhibit 5.01?
Yes.
Do you have any corrections or additions to that testimony?
I do not.
If I were to ask you the same questions present in your pre-filed testimony, would your answers today be the same as those contained in your testimony?
Yes, they would.
I would like to move for admission of FEA exhibits 2.0, 4.0, 5.0, and the attached exhibit 5.01.
Please indicate if anyone objects to that motion. I'm not seeing any objections, so it's granted. Thank you.
Mr. Collins, can you please provide a summary of your testimony?
Certainly. I have prepared a brief summary of my testimony, conclusions, and recommendations. In my testimony, I propose certain adjustments to the company's class cost of service study. I propose to use the design day demand allocator to allocate the costs of large diameter mains, feeder mains, and the costs of compressors and regulators to customer classes. Because design day demand reflects how the company designs a system and best reflects class cost causation, my adjustments are appropriate. I also recommend that my proposed class revenue allocation be used to determine class revenue responsibility. This is appropriate because my proposed class revenue allocation is guided by my adjustments to the company's class cost of service study. With these adjustments, the class cost of service study better reflects class cost causation with respect to the allocation of main costs as compared to the company's class cost of service study. Unless the cost allocation of mains is corrected in the company's cost study, I recommend the company's proposed split of the TS class into subclasses be rejected. Unless the company's class cost of service study reflects appropriate cost-based allocations of all main costs, the subsidy paid by the TSL or the large transportation class will continue. As a result, I recommend the company's proposed TS class split be rejected if the Commission accepts the company's peak and average allocation of mains in the company's class cost of service study. Regarding the company's proposal for renewal of the infrastructure rate adjustment tracker mechanism, I propose that the tracker be modified to track changes in total net plant investment in mains and should not track only incremental investments. The tracker formula should account for not only incremental rate base resulting from investments made under the rider, but should also account for change in legacy net rate base when determining the surcharge rate. And that concludes my summary.
Mr. Collins is now available for cross-examination questions and questions from the Commission.
Thank you. I think I'll go to Mr. Cook first. Do you have any questions for Mr. Collins?
No questions.
Mr. Nelson?
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Collins.
Good afternoon, Mr. Nelson.
Could I please ask you to turn to your direct testimony? Yes, direct testimony, sorry. Which is exhibit FEA 2.0. You have that in front of you, sir?
I do.
And can I ask you specifically to please refer to page 5 and let me know when you're there.
I am there.
At the top of page 5, you ask yourself a question: should a class's rates always be moved to full cost of service based on the results of the utilities CCOS study? Do you see that, sir?
I do.
And CCOS means class cost of service, is that correct?
That's correct.
All right, and your answer there, starting at line 3, you state first, to the extent possible, the utilities rates for its classes should be based on each class's respective cost of service. Do you see that?
I do.
Why do you believe that should be? Why do you believe that statement?
Well, it would result in classes paying their cost of service, which I think would be a fair treatment of customers.
In that context, does each class paying its cost of service, does that help avoid intra and inter-class subsidies?
It does.
And is that a good thing?
That is a good thing.
And why?
Because it prevents some customers that are providing the subsidy from overpaying in the rates that they are charged by the utility.
You then go on, though, to say that, however, in instances where a full movement to cost of service for a utility's rates would cause rate shock for a particular customer class or classes, gradualism can be used to mitigate the impacts on customer classes and avoid rate shock. Do you see that, sir?
I do.
In your experience and in your understanding, how would you define the word rate shock?
It really depends on the circumstance. In the particular rate case, I would consider the increases that the large transportation customers are seeing in this rate case, rate shock.
But just to be generic, I don't mean to be tricky here.
Right.
Could we think of rate shock as an unreasonably large one-time increase in rates that might shock the customers who are expected to pay that large increase?
I would agree with that.
Okay. And you suggest that one tool to avoid rate shock is a principle that you call gradualism. Do you see that, sir?
Yes, I do.
And I take it by gradualism, you are meaning a slow but perhaps steady change in rates to go from wherever they are currently to wherever the commission believes they ought to be, perhaps based on cost of service. Is that fair?
That's fair.
So do I take all of that to mean that although in this particular case you would encourage the commission to be mindful of the potential for rate shock, that you would acknowledge that the gradualism tool to mitigate rate shock is not a forever thing, but rather something you want to do so that in time you get back to your first principle that you have there on line 3, that classes' costs are based on their cost of service. Is that fair?
That is fair.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you. I'm on to Mr. Russell next. Do you have any questions for Mr. Collins?
I do not. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Meekum?
No, do I.
Okay, Mr. Moore?
No questions, thank you.
Ms. Schmidt?
No questions, thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Nelson-Clark or Mr. Saban?
We do have a few questions. Mr. Collins, my questions will just focus on one issue, and that's on your recommendation about the tracker.
Okay.
And so if you could have your direct and your rebuttal testimony in front of you or available, I'll refer to that a couple of times, okay?
Okay.
Before doing that, I want to maybe just lay some groundwork on a couple of general principles that will help speed things along, hopefully. Do you agree that when a utility makes capital improvements or capital investments, that it is entitled to a recovery on and a recovery of that investment?
I agree.
Okay. Second, your position, as I understand it in this case, is that the net plant balance, and that's a term I'll come back to, but the net plant balance for high pressure lines that are not subject to the tracker, in other words, just the ones that are not, that they go beyond the cap and they have to be recovered in base rates, that should be synchronized with the increased net plant investment in the tracker.
That's a fair statement, yes.
Okay. And I want to define what we mean by net plant before we go on. My understanding of net plant would be total capital investment minus net depreciation. Would you agree with that? That's how I understand you using it, but I want to make sure that we're on the same page.
Yes, I would define it as gross plant minus accumulated depreciation.
Okay.
It would be gross plant service minus accumulated depreciation, and that would give you a rate base.
Okay. So, with that understanding out there, let's talk about your proposal, and then I've got some questions about that. Okay. So, if you could turn in your direct testimony, I'm going to take you down to page 34, and I'll just ask you if I've correctly identified what your proposal is. As I understand what you're proposing, you're saying that we take the depreciation, accumulated depreciation from base that is in the base rate case here, which I think is about $49 million is the number. And as I understand it, you're saying you should take that number and you should use it to offset the capital that is being recovered through the tracker.
I think I would have maybe a different explanation.
Please go ahead.
Sure. So when the company's base rates are set, there is an amount of depreciation expense that is included in base rates. And in between base rate cases, that depreciation expense annually contributes to the accumulated depreciation reserve. So what my proposal is when we look at the incremental investment that will be recovered from the tracker, since depreciation expense built into base rates is a source of funds for the company to make new investments, that depreciation expense should be used as an offset. The return would be applied to the depreciation expense or the increase in the accumulated depreciation reserve as an offset to the revenue requirement collected by the tracker surcharge rate.
Okay, so let's use real numbers if we can, okay? My understanding is, taking what you've just said, you're saying that there is an amount of depreciation, accumulated depreciation that is in the base rates here, and that's the $49 million number, right? You're saying you should take that number and you should use it to credit it against the amount being recovered through the tracker. Is that correct?
Well, I think if you could point me, Mr. Saban, to the depreciation number that you're referring to. Do you have a source for that?
I think it's actually $48,287,730. That comes from Mr. Stevenson's data. I believe that's the correct number that you and Mr. Mendenhall use. You round up or round down, but I think that's the correct number. And it appears in your, I think this is your direct testimony on page 18, between lines 6 and 9. Or is it your surrebuttal? Maybe it's your it's your surrebuttal. Excuse me.
Surrebuttal page.
Page 18. Lines 5 through 8, if you look at that section.
Surrebuttal page 18.
That's the number he uses, and I don't understand that you're disputing that that's the correct number.
You said 48.3 million.
Right. I rounded up. I rounded up to 49, but 48.3.
Yeah, 48.3 million is the actual projected depreciation expense remains in 2023. So that would be the addition to accumulated depreciation reserve, which is then used to offset gross plant service to arrive at rate base.
But that's the number you're using to reduce the tracker, correct?
Correct, because between rate cases, the depreciation expense.
We'll get to that. Yeah, we'll get to that. I just want to make sure we're on the same page on the number, right? That's where you're getting it from, is that's the amount that's included in the 2023 test period for this case for the depreciation, right?
For depreciation expense, correct.
Correct. Okay. Now let's go to while you're in your surrebuttal, I want to have you look there at those lines 5 through 8. And here the question you ask is, why is it appropriate to reduce the IRAT or the tracker formula calculation by 4.8 million when determining the IRAT rate? Would you read your answer on lines 6 through just that first word of 9?
6 through 9?
Yes.
The mains net plant balance included in customer rates will decline. Sorry, apologize. The mains net plant balance included in customer rates will decline by 48.3 million using Mr. Mendenhall's example. Therefore, if rates were reset after 2023, the net plant balance for the mains account would be $48.3 million less.
And that is the basis for your proposal, is it not? That by including $48.3 million in depreciation expense in base rates here, when we come to 2024, there will be that net plant balance will be reduced by $48.3 million, right?
Correct.
Now that assumes, does it not, that there isn't any further additions to the capital account between 2023 and 2024?
Are you saying...
Isn't that correct? That you're assuming that the capital account will go down by $48.3 million, but that has to assume that there's no other changes between 2023 and 2024 in that capital account.
I believe that's correct.
Okay, so Mr. Mendenhall, in his testimony responding to you on this issue, pointed out that the company has currently planned over $200 million worth of investments that will be put in over the next number of years. So if we take, your proposal does not take into account and would not reflect the company's investment in that capital investment between 2023, 24, 25 until the next rate case, right?
And would that investment be just for account 376, the mains?
It's for mains, yes.
Okay, I would agree.
Okay. I'm going to hand you out. I'm going to have Mr. Mendenhall hand some exhibits out. Before I do that, I just want to maybe do one more piece of groundwork laying here. The phenomenon you're talking about here, isn't it true that that phenomenon has nothing whatsoever to do with the tracker? It's just a phenomenon that exists because in general rate cases, the capital account will change from year to year between rate cases.
I would agree.
So if we assume, for the sake of my hypothetical, that there is no tracker, okay, that we just don't have that in existence, we're just doing a normal rate case in 2023 or 2022, and then we do another rate case 3 years later, right? Do you follow me, my hypothetical?
I follow you.
So, Mr. Collins, in that world where there is just rate cases but no tracker, you're going to take and set your depreciation expense in the rate case in 2022, and that will continue to be the amount that will happen, that will be collected every year until the next rate case, correct?
That's correct.
And that's because we set it in a test period.
That's correct.
Okay. And that means that if the company invests in 2023 or 2024, it does not immediately get to collect that amount. And whether the cap account's going up or down, customers are paying the same rate until the next rate case.
Yes, to the extent that the investments are greater than the depreciation expense included in base rates, they would not recover that amount.
Okay, so it's true, isn't it, that what you're proposing has nothing whatsoever to do with the tracker. The tracker's not causing this, and this is not a problem that isn't already recognized by virtue of the fact that we have a delay between rate cases when costs go up and costs go down. Depreciation goes up and it goes down just year to year.
I would say that it's not caused by the tracker, but my proposal tries to get the tracker more accurate in terms of costs paid by customers.
And let's focus on that for just a second, because I want to make see if we agree on one other point, which is the tracker allows, under commission authority, the company to collect a certain amount of capital investment up to a capped dollar figure. Is that your understanding?
That's my understanding.
And so the depreciation expense you're talking about does not come from those tracker investments. Isn't that right? It comes from the investments that are embedded in the company's rate base that are not included as part of the tracker.
That's correct.
Okay, so you're trying to take depreciation expense for investments that could have been done 10 years ago, and you're trying to tie that and have it reduce capital investments that are happening now on new projects, right?
That's correct.
Okay, so I want to be clear. There's no connection between the capital investments in the one versus the capital investments in the other.
Well, they're all recorded in the same account 376.
But for different projects and different time frames, right?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, Mr. Mendenhall has handed you two documents. The first I'll represent is 2.07 of the company's tariff. This is the published tariff that's online, and we'll mark that as DEU Cross Exhibit 1. And then the second document I'll come back to is we've actually taken that same formula and run the numbers through it as you proposed and compared it to what the company's proposing. Okay, do you follow?
I do.
So let me just say, do you have any reason to disagree that DEU Cross Exhibit 1 is the way that the tariff requires the company to adjust the tracker and come up with the surcharge amount that is charged to customers?
I agree.
Okay. I would move to admit DEU Cross Exhibit 1, Mr. Chair.
Please indicate if anyone objects to that motion. I'm not seeing any objections, so it's granted.
All right, so let's go to DEU Cross Exhibit 2, and you'll see there that the line 1 is the replacement infrastructure amount, and that's the total capital investment that is allowed to be recovered through the tracker. Do you see that line?
I see.
And column B is the current method that the company has applied under the tariff we just looked at, section 2.07 of the tariff. Column C is your proposed methodology, and then column D represents the difference, okay? So I want to just point out where the change occurs is in line 2. The company is using accumulated depreciation related to this specific capital that is at issue in the tracker, which is $1.493 million. Whereas in your method, we're taking the $49,781,550, and that is acting as a reduction to the $77 million that the company is seeking to collect, correct?
That's correct.
So through your method, the company will only be able to collect under the tracker $27 million rather than the $75 million that it would be able to collect under the current method that's in 2.07, right?
To collect the revenue requirement on that rate base.
Right.
Correct.
So there's a gap there of almost $50 million created because you're taking out the depreciation that comes from other projects, right?
In rate base, yes.
Yeah. Now, I know that you didn't, in your proposal, adjust any of the other inputs or categories. In other words, you're not adjusting the net replacement infrastructure, or excuse me, the current pre-tax rate of return. You're not adjusting the allowed pre-tax return. You're not adjusting line 7 or 8 for the net depreciation expense or the net taxes. That's right, isn't it? You just are changing the one item.
Yes, the one item which relates to the main investment.
Okay, isn't Mr. Mendenhall was correct earlier today, was he not, when he said that if you want to figure out what the correct revenue requirement number should be, you need to go through and deal with all 5 of those inputs or items. Isn't that right?
I think I would disagree with Mr. Mendenhall. And if you were to include those adjustments, my adjustment would probably be even larger. So again, I focused on the one item that I thought related to main investment, and that's why I included the offset for depreciation expense included in base rates.
Okay, I guess this question's been bothering me for a long time since I read your testimony the first time. Is where does the company get to recover the $49 million of investment that you're taking out of the tracker recovery?
Well, that is annual depreciation expense. And again, that's a source of funds that the company can use to invest in mains on system. For example, I included an example in my direct testimony where I assumed a hypothetical. If you had $10 million in depreciation expense and you made $10 million in investment in your mains, you wouldn't be no worse off. Your rates would collect the exact amount of revenue requirement that you require.
I don't think you're understanding. I don't think we're communicating. Let me make sure you understand my question. The $49 million represents the company's recovery of capital investment, right?
That's depreciation expense.
Right. That's how you recover capital investment is through depreciation expense. Isn't that right?
Yes.
Okay, so when and where will the company ever get to, you told me at the beginning of your testimony, you agree that utility should get to recover on and of its capital investment. So I get where you can say you get recovery on, but I don't see where you get recovery of the $49 million that you're taking out of the tracker here. The company doesn't get to recover that through the tracker. So when do they get to recover the $49 million of capital investment that they should have the right to recover?
Well, that depreciation expense is included in base rates.
Okay, but you're saying that base rate. How is it? You're saying they're just recovering it until the next rate case?
Well, rates will be reset in the next rate case.
But you're not taking into account the capital infusions that are happening between the rate cases when you do that. You're only adjusting it downward. You're not impacting the other. You're not adjusting anything else between rate cases other than the depreciation.
Well, depreciation is included in base rates. If you have new investments, those aren't in base rates. So that's why I'm not adjusting the base rates.
So isn't what you're proposing really just a single issue rate item that you're trying to adjust downward, but you don't want to take into account the capital infusion that is also happening between 2023, 2024, 2025. You're just reducing what the company is recovering during that period, but not accounting for the capital infusion during the other years.
Well, I think I would disagree with your premise. I think infrastructure surcharge rider mechanisms are in itself single issues. And again, my proposal is just to make the proposal by the company more fair for customers in terms of the cost they pay.
Okay, but the commission's already determined, has it not, that the tracker mechanism in its current state is just, reasonable, and in the public interest?
I believe it has.
Okay, so why would we need to make any further adjustment to it?
Well, again, I think it is a needed adjustment to improve the collection of costs from customers.
Okay, but I don't want to quibble with you. I'm just trying to figure out, the company will not ultimately recover the full cost under your approach, because they will, in the years between rate cases, you'll have a reduction of what they're recovering. And when they get to the next rate case, when do they get to recover the shortfall?
I'm not sure if I agree with the premise of your question.
Okay, all right. Well, I'm not sure I understand where the recovery would occur. Let me, Mr. Chair, move to admit Cross Exhibit 2, DEU Cross Exhibit 2.
If anyone objects to that motion? I'm not seeing any objections, so it's granted.
Isn't it true, just to close off this set of questions, isn't it true that you're seeking to adjust just one item, the depreciation expense, and have that come out of the tracker, but you're not seeking to adjust the other items of capital expenditure that occur between rate cases?
I would agree.
Okay. We had this as an exhibit in the phase 1, and that's why I asked my question earlier. I'd like to refer to the order, and maybe I'll just ask Mr. Mendenhall if he'd give everybody a copy, since we're doing them separately. Yeah, same thing. While he's passing that around, I will just note that we're going to mark this as DEU Cross Exhibit 3. This is the commission order from the last general rate case, okay?
It's like poetry.
I was going to say, in the spirit of Mr. Meekham's comment, this is more poetry for him, apparently. I'm not sure I want to be at his house on Valentine's Day when his wife reads him commission orders for romantic moments. Do you, Mr. Collins, do you have that order there?
I do.
Could you open up with me to page 10 of the orders, where it starts talking about the tracker, but we're going to actually refer to page 13. Please tell me when you get there.
Page 10?
Yeah.
I'm there.
Oh, page 13, excuse me.
I'm sorry, page 13.
I'm just letting you know it starts on page 10 in case it matters to you. So we're going to go to page 13, and we're going to go down to the second full paragraph. You see where it says we conclude?
Yes, I see.
I'm going to read that, and then I have a couple questions about this for you. We conclude a spending cap indexed for inflation, open paren, by the same GDP deflation index included in the most recent stipulation, close paren, balances customer and shareholder interests. Accordingly, we find that a spending cap of $72.2 million is just and reasonable in result, and we approve a spending cap at that level. You see that?
I do.
Now, if we look back at this exhibit, Cross Exhibit 2, and we look at what your proposal would do, by extracting out $49 million out of what the company collects under the tracker, you are depriving the company of the ability to collect the amount up to the cap that the commission approved in the last rate case. Isn't that right?
It would adjust it down by $49 million, I agree.
Right. And I just want to be clear, in your testimony here in this rate case, you haven't provided any testimony saying that the tracker is not a good idea or that the company, you should just do away with the tracker. Have I understood your testimony correctly?
That's correct.
Okay,
Just
so
make an improvement to the tracker.
okay, so at the end of the day, if we went with your proposal, the cap approved by the commission would never be achieved because you'd always have the depreciation expense you're taking from base rates and using it to reduce the amount that the company has been approved to collect up to, right?
I think that would be correct.
Okay. Wouldn't you agree that your proposal kind of defeats the whole purpose of the tracker? I mean, the reason we have a tracker is we've got a high amount of expenses. We don't want to have every year rate cases, and so we have for up to a certain limit, we have a tracker that allows capital expenditures to be recovered. But if we went with your proposal, it would just undermine, it would defeat the purpose of why we've created it. Don't you agree with that?
I would disagree.
You think that recovering like a third of what the company has been approved is a good policy to avoid repeated rate cases and to deal with a growing amount of capital expenditures that has to be installed here in the state of Utah?
Again, I think my adjustment is appropriate.
Okay. I just have a couple more questions on your proposal. Where do you say that this is synchronizing, that your goal is to, quote, synchronize the costs, but I'm struggling to figure out how, other than taking out recovery by the company, how you're actually synchronizing anything, because the trackers we've established before, the costs being collected there are unrelated to the depreciation you're trying to apply to them. We've also established that the tracker costs that we're talking about are future costs that you're not accounting for in your proposal. So help me understand how what you're proposing possibly synchronizes the costs from as between the rate base and the tracker.
Well, in base rates, you have a set amount of depreciation expense for account 376, and that's the $49 million. And in between rate cases, again, that decreases your gross plant service. Your rate base declines between rate cases. So the return on rate base declines in between rate cases. And my proposal recognizes that when we're setting the incremental revenue requirement that you're wanting to collect on new investment in mains.
Okay, so I think my final question then is, all that you just said presumes that there is no capital investment in the years that follow, right?
In account 376?
Correct.
You're investing in account 376 through investments that are going to apply to the tracker.
What you just said was that that the depreciation amount will that account will reduce every year. But I'm just saying all of what you just said is dependent upon the assumption that that is a true statement.
To the extent that you have additions outside the tracker, that may affect the balance. Yes.
Okay. No further questions.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Stamen. Major Buchanan, do you have any redirect?
I do not.
Thank you. Commissioner Allen, do you have any questions for Mr. Collins?
No questions, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Clark.
I have no questions.
I don't have any. So thank you for your testimony this afternoon, Mr. Collins.
Thank you very much.
I think it's probably a good time for a short break, but before we do that, let me just ask, I wanted to see if anyone, including the court reporter, is unable to stay past 5. We have a public witness hearing that's starting at 6, but do we have any problems with staying past 5 o'clock today?
No, we don't.
And with that, I want to assure everybody that I don't want to rush anybody because we have 2 more full days set aside for this hearing, so we have plenty of time to get through the witnesses, but I think it does make sense to continue until at least a short break before the public witness hearing. So why don't we take 10 minutes and come back at 5:50? Sorry, do you have a motion?
I forgot to move to admit that the DEU Cross Exhibit 3. Could I just do that before?
Sure. Indicate if anyone has any objection to that. The motion's granted. Thank you. So is 10 minutes sufficient for everyone right now? Okay. Is that right?
I am, thank you.
Oh, you're already there. Sorry. You were facing the other way. And I was looking at the audience. Mr. Oliver, do you swear to tell the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Mr. Oliver, could you state your name and business address, please, for the record?
Timothy B. Oliver, 7103 Lake Tree Drive, Fairfax Station, Virginia.
By whom are you employed?
I'm employed by Rebel Hill Associates Incorporated. I serve as Vice President of Sustainability and Energy Pricing.
For whom are you appearing today?
I'm appearing for the American Natural Gas Council, or ANGC.
You have a short summary of your testimony.
I have a brief summary I've been working on. Okay. I did not file direct testimony in this proceeding, so my rebuttal testimony started as a bit of a review of all the other parties' positions, including their cost of service studies.
Oh, excuse me, I actually forgot to identify your exhibits. Let's go back to that. Did you prepare or have prepared testimony, rebuttal testimony that we pre-marked ANGC 2R and surrebuttal testimony that we pre-marked ANGC 2SR?
I did.
And if you were asked those same questions, would your answers be the same today?
They would.
Now, have you prepared a summary?
I do have a summary.
Do you want to enter those into the record before the summary?
I figured he could give the summary and then we'd move.
As I began earlier, my first piece of testimony in this case was a rebuttal piece of testimony. And one of my major observations is that the positions of the parties with respect to the allocation of distribution plant costs has not evolved significantly since docket number 9.
Sorry, distribution of plant costs, what? I mean,
The distribution of plant costs has not evolved significantly since docket number 19-57-3. The use of design day measures and the weighting of peak and average factors remain a key point of differences among the parties. In docket number 19-57-03, ANGC advocated for the use of a design day and annual throughput allocation, which placed 68% weighting on the design day requirements and a 32% weighting on annual throughput. I still find those factors to be the most appropriate basis for the development of a peak and average allocation factors for DEU. It recognizes that firm gas sales customers benefit from the service reliability that is derived from a system that is sized to meet more than actual annual peak requirements, i.e. design demand. The value of greater assurance of service reliability during extreme weather conditions must not be discounted. Further, I comment on the proposed split of the TS class. And although the divisions of the TS class the company has proposed differ somewhat from what ANGC advocated in docket 19-57-03, the company's proposal is reasonable. The cost of service analyses provided by the company and other parties continue to show subsidies flowing from the small TS customers to other segments of the class. Clearly, there is a need for differentiated rate treatment for small, medium, and large TS customers. And ANGC supports the company's efforts to address that matter, as witness Chisholm indicated in his direct testimony earlier today. The Commission should find that the DEU's proposed division of the TS customers into 3 classes is reasonable and needs to be implemented at this time to facilitate rates that better track cost causation and smaller TS customers and reduce intra-class rate subsidies. The Commission should further take any necessary steps to avoid rate shock for all classes, for all customers. And the Commission has several means at their disposal to achieve this objective. They can trim the magnitude of the overall company's revenue increase, thus reducing rates for all customers. They can ensure that DEU's cost allocations are adjusted to properly reflect cost causation, and if necessary, they can implement a phased-in approach, as it did in case 19-57-03. That concludes the summary of my testimony.
Thank you. We would move the admission of ANGC 2R and ANGC 2SR into the record.
Thank you. Please indicate if anyone objects to that motion. I'm not seeing any, so it's granted.
Thank you. Mr. Oliver is available for cross-examination.
Okay, why don't I go to Mr. Cook first?
No questions.
Mr. Nelson.
Thank you. No questions.
Okay, Mr. Russell.
No questions, thank you.
Major Buchanan.
No questions, thank you.
Mr. Moore.
No questions, thank you.
Mr. Schmidt.
No questions, thank you.
Okay, Ms. Nelson Clark.
I also have no questions.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Clark.
No questions.
Commissioner Allen.
No questions.
I don't have any either. Thank you for participating this afternoon and for the testimony you filed. Mr. Russell.
Thank you. UAE calls Mr. Kevin Higgins.
Good afternoon, Mr. Higgins.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman.
Once again, you get the last word in our hearing. I think that's always the case.
Not always, not at home.
Okay. You sort of tell the truth.
You state and spell your name for the record, please.
My name is Kevin C. Higgins, Kevin, middle initial C, Higgins.
And can you tell us who you work for?
I'm a principal in the firm Energy Strategies.
On whose behalf do you offer testimony in this proceeding?
I'm here on behalf of the Utah Association of Energy Users, or UAE.
On behalf of UAE, you've pre-filed testimony in phase 2 of this proceeding, right?
Yes, I have.
Okay, let's identify that quickly. You filed, or caused to be filed, direct testimony in this phase 2 proceeding that was labeled as UAE Exhibit COS 2.0, along with exhibits COS 2.1 through 2.4 and a work paper that was your cost of service model, correct?
Correct.
And then you also filed, or caused to be filed, rebuttal testimony labeled UAE Exhibit COS 4.0, yes?
Yes.
And then also filed, or caused to be filed, surrebuttal testimony labeled as UAE Exhibit COS 6.0, along with Exhibit COS 6.1 and your surrebuttal COS model, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And with respect to all of that testimony, do you have any corrections to make?
I do not.
And if asked the same questions today that were posed in your pre-filed testimony, would you provide the same answers?
Yes, I would.
Okay. And at this point, I'll move for the admission of Mr. Higgins' pre-filed phase 2 testimony.
Thank you. Please indicate if anyone objects to that motion. I'm not seeing any objections, so it's granted.
Okay. And Mr. Higgins, have you prepared a summary of your testimony for us today?
Yes, I have.
Okay. Please proceed with that.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. My phase 2 testimony focuses primarily on the appropriate parameters to be used in the class cost allocation in this case. I also discuss rate, spread, and transportation service rate design. I'll begin with cost allocation. While I don't believe it is necessary to split up the TS class in order to improve alignment with cost, I have utilized Dominion's recommended TS small, TS medium, and TS large groupings in my cost of service analysis. Two key questions before the Commission pertain to allocation factor 230. Allocation factor 230 is used to allocate the feeder system, compressor station, and measuring and regulating station costs. These items comprise 40% of distribution gross plan. There are two basic cost components or classifications that are apportioned to classes using allocation factor 230, peak demand and throughput. The first key question is whether peak demand should be measured based on design day or based on a peak day that occurred in the recent past. Dominion has consistently and correctly maintained that the proper measure of peak demand is design day demand. The design day deliverability is what the system is built for. Contrary to the assertions of the division, we do know the design day costs. It is the cost of the system Dominion built. If in the majority of years it is not necessary to use the full delivery capability of the system, that does not change the fact that the capability is standing by and ready to be used by the weather-sensitive classes if they need it.
Transportation service customers do not have a free option on firm service. They must contract and pay for firm service through a demand charge, whether they fully utilize all of their firm service or not. In contrast, general service customers are not required to commit contractually to a specific amount of firm demand. They only pay for what they use. This means that the customers in this weather-sensitive class can call upon the full deliverability of the system that was constructed to serve them during the extremely cold temperatures of the design day. The division and the office choose to ignore this fundamental fact. Instead, they recommend allocating peak day costs based on usage levels other than the design day. In my view, this is simply an attempt to shift responsibility for the cost of a system constructed to meet design day demand away from the temperature-sensitive general service class for which design day deliverability was built, and onto transportation and interruptible service customers. This proposed cost shift is without merit and should be rejected by the Commission. The second key question is what respective weightings should be applied to peak demand and throughput when using allocation factor 230. Dominion's calculations use a weighting of 60% of peak demand and 40% on throughput. As admitted by Dominion, this weighting is arbitrary. As UAE has pointed out in this case and previous rate cases, an allocation factor that blends peak demand and throughput is a clear example of the average and peak method. The average and peak method does not use an arbitrary weighting for the volumetric component. It uses system load factor for the weighting. This corresponds to the amount of the system that would be utilized if all customers consumed gas at a 100% load factor. As such, it is a proxy for base load usage. The Dominion load factor is 32.5%, and that is what UAE is recommending be used for the volumetric weighting. System load factor using the design day, consistent with the description in the neighborhood cost allocation manual and consistent with the illustrative example in that manual. Although the division and office use load factor weightings in their recommendations, they are not load factors calculated using design day demand. Therefore, the volumetric weightings proposed by the division and the office should be rejected. Another important issue is the sub-question of whether interruptible customers should be assigned peak day costs. The answer is no. Assigning peak day costs to interruptible customers is as illogical as it is inequitable. First of all, the system is not built to serve interruptible customers during design day weather. As Dominion has made clear in its testimony in this case, interruptible customers would be interrupted on a design day. Second, the fundamental rationale for using a volumetric weighting in the A&P method in the first place is that the volumetric component allocates a fair share of fixed costs to interruptible customers. And this is not just interruptible sales customers I'm referring to, but interruptible transportation customers as well. After allocating fixed costs to interruptible customers through the volumetric component, it is a misuse of the method to turn around and additionally allocate peak day costs to those customers. Third, allocating peak day costs to interruptible customers effectively eliminates any difference in the costs being allocated to firm service as distinct from interruptible service. And if we no longer differentiate between firm and interruptible service in cost allocation, and the resultant pricing implications are adopted, why would any customer agree to take interruptible service going forward? And if customers were no longer willing to take interruptible service because it no longer made any economic sense, the Commission and the company would have to consider how big a system Dominion would need to construct to ensure firm service on the design day. We can be sure that it would be a bigger system than the one we have today. Moving away from allocation factor 230, I recommend that the cost of large diameter, intermediate high pressure mains should not be allocated solely on distribution throughput, as Dominion does, but should also incorporate a distribution design day component, comparable to what is done for the feeder line system. Turning to the cost of the Magna LNG facility, Dominion acknowledged in its rebuttal testimony that it had inadvertently allocated LNG costs to customers other than firm sales customers, which is something I pointed out in my direct testimony. In response, I accepted the allocation approach the company adopted in its correction. Critically, no party to this case that I'm aware of is challenging the principle that the LNG facility costs should be recovered from the firm sales customers this facility was built to serve, with the exception of the office. The office's witness, Mr. Daniel, contends that because some customers have migrated to transportation service since the company sought approval for it, that therefore a portion of LNG costs should be allocated to all transportation customers. Mr. Daniels' analysis ignores the fact that firm sales customers have grown since the time the project was announced. But more fundamentally, his proposal ignores the fact that the LNG facility was not designed to meet the needs of TS customers and will never be utilized by TS customers. Mr. Daniels' proposal to shift a portion of LNG costs to transportation and other non-firm sales customers is without merit, as it has no basis in cost causation, and it should be rejected by the Commission. My final point on the subject of cost allocation is that I agree with Nucor Steel witness Mr. Mullins that distribution depreciation expense should be allocated on the same basis as the underlying plant by FERC account. I have incorporated this change into my surrebuttal cost of service results presented in table KCH2S. Turning to rate spread. With some classes in a position to get substantial rate decreases if rates were set strictly on cost, and others facing very large increases if the TS class is split up, I think it would be appropriate for the Commission to mitigate the impact of the breakup of this class through some form of gradualism, either through a partial movement to full cost in this case or some other form of phasing. The degree to which gradualism will be required will depend on both the revenue requirement decision that the Commission makes, as well as the cost allocation determinations they make. My final comment in this summary is something of a caveat for the Commission in sorting through the various rate impacts proposed by the parties. Unfortunately, the rate impacts for the TSS, TSM, TSL, and TBF classes presented by every party in this case, except UAE, are incorrect because they rely on Dominion's depiction in its cost of service model of the current distribution non-gas revenue for these classes, which, as I point out in my direct testimony, do not tie back to the rate design and billing determinants for these classes. For the group as a whole, the DNG current revenues are generally correct, but the current revenues are not correct for the individual components. What this means is that when each of the other parties, including Dominion, calculates its target revenue requirement for these classes, the percentage change they show to get to that revenue requirement is wrong, because it is starting from the wrong current revenues. Specifically, the increase for TSL and TSM will be materially understated. That's because the current revenues that Dominion showed in its cost of service model for those classes are too high. The increase for TSS will be slightly understated, and the increase for TBF will be dramatically overstated. Let me just give you an example to put this into context. If you go back to Dominion's original direct filing, if the correct current revenues were used for these classes, then its reported increase for the TSM class would be about 10.5% higher. Its reported rate impact on the TSL class would be about 8% higher. Its reported impact for the TSS class would be about 0.5% higher. And its reported impact for the TBF class would be about 36.5% lower. These differentials will be different for every party because they are a function of the size of the increase they're recommending. So how do you navigate out of this? My recommendation is this. I mean, in my testimony on UAE Exhibit COS 2.2, Table 2, I provide the current revenues for those 4 classes as found in the company's rate design work papers, which is where the rates are going to be designed to collect the revenue requirement. My recommendation to the commission is that when the commission calculates the rate impacts of your final decision, my advice is to use those current revenues as found in that table I just referenced. Now, I did my best to present this information. It was in my direct testimony. It was in my work papers. To my knowledge, no other party adopted this correction. And Dominion did not respond to it in rebuttal. So the best I can do is alert the commission to this issue. And that concludes my summary.
Thank you, Mr. Higgins. The witness is available for cross-examination and commission questions.
Thank you. I think I'll go to Mr. Cook first.
No questions.
Okay, Major Buchanan, do you have any questions?
No questions.
Okay, Mr. Meekum?
Not yet.
Okay. Mr. Nelson?
Thank you, no questions.
Okay, I'll go to Ms. Nelson Clark or Mr. Saban.
No questions, thank you.
Mr. Moore?
No questions, thank you.
Ms. Schmidt?
No questions. Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Allen?
No questions, thank you.
Mr. Clark?
Yeah, I've got a couple of questions. I want to take you where you concluded the revenue issues for the TSS, TSM, TSL. I want to make sure I understand. I wasn't sure I followed. I got to the right chart that you were referring us to. So, can you take me there? I'm looking at one that's at the end of your SIR rebuttal. There's a similar one at the end of your rebuttal. This is table KCH2S.
No,
wrong
no.
place. Okay.
Yes, but thank you for asking and thanks for clarifying. It's actually in an exhibit.
I was afraid of that. Okay.
So it would be UAE Exhibit COS 2.2, page 1.
Okay.
And there's a table 2.
Okay.
And it's a fairly tidy table, so it shouldn't be too difficult to work through it. But in that table, it shows the current distribution non-gas revenue for each class. But specifically, it shows them for these 4 classes where there's a problem. And if one were to calculate any proposed rate increase by any party in this case, using this starting point, you would get the correct percentage increase that that party is proposing. And you know, it's current revenues, is, if I may, is a tricky item in rate making. We solve for revenue requirement. That's what parties propose. That's what folks target in coming up with their recommended cost allocations and rate spread. It's the revenue requirement. But the change to get to the revenue requirement has to start with current revenues. And so if the current revenues are wrong, you might have the correct target revenue, but the change needed is wrong. And of course, in rate making, let's face it, while folks are proposing target revenues, the item that parties, commissioners, public tend to focus on is the increase. And so my point is that if you want to depict the increase properly, you need to start with the correct current revenues, and you can find them in that table.
And the errors are related to billing determinants, I think I heard you say. And what else?
Well, I can't, actually, I don't know what causes the errors in Dominion's cost of service study. What I can tell you is that they are not the correct current revenues. It's difficult to ascertain exactly where they came from, but if you go to their rate design work papers, you can find these correct starting revenues. So the current revenues are correct in the company's rate design work paper, but not in the cost of service work paper.
And what leads you to conclude that they're correct? What's the basis of that? Or what kind of analysis leads you to be able to discern the errors from the correct numbers?
That analysis is that it's in the same work paper, so that the revenue requirement is going to be that the company is going to ensure that it collects its revenue requirement. So essentially, it's the work paper that shows the billing determinants and the proposed rates that yield the target revenue requirement. And in that same work paper, you can find the same billing determinants that are going to be used to set rates, and you can find the current rates right there. And they're the same for each of the TS classes because they hadn't been broken up yet. So you can clearly trace back and see that there's a nexus between the proposed rates and the calculated revenue requirement and the current rates in that work paper.
Thank you.
My pleasure.
I don't have any additional questions, so thank you for your testimony this afternoon.
Mr. Chairman, can we make one quick clarification? In response to Commissioner Clark's question about what exhibit we were looking at, I actually think the witness may have referenced the wrong exhibit. So can we go back to that?
Sure.
If you did, we were looking at the wrong exhibit.
Oh, maybe I just have the misnumbered because I thought you said 2.1.
No, 2.2.
Okay, I thought you had said 2.1, and I was just looking at that, and that was not what you guys were talking about. So my apologies. 2.2, page 1, table 2.
Page 1.
Okay. Thanks.
Great. Thanks for making sure that we're on the same page.
But we would have to admit that we were looking at this and not understanding what he was saying. Anything else from anyone before we adjourn?
I have a personal issue. I have been a little ill all day, and it has been suggested to me by my client that I skip the public. I request to be excused from the public witness standard. Other members from the office will be here to assist with the public witness.
We appreciate you letting us know. I think permission from us isn't necessary since there's no cross-examination of the public witness hearing, but thank you for giving us the heads up. Feel better. Yeah, get some rest. Thanks. Anything else from anyone? Okay, as you all know, we have a public witness hearing beginning at 6 o'clock. According to our notice, we will give anyone who is present by 6:30 a reasonable opportunity to speak. And with that, we're adjourned.
Thank you.